Okay, good to go here. So we will call the Regional District Planning and Development Committee meeting to order. As we haven't appointed any chairs yet to the committees, I will be chairing all today's committees until later in the day when we appoint the committee meeting or committee chairs and vice chairs. Then in future meetings, they can chair those ones. So Planning and Development, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Mover, seconder, thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. First item on the agenda is the APC structure and 2023 schedule. So CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So first of all, before we go into that, for our new members, we are now in a select committee. The only difference between a select committee and a standing committee under the Act is that the board appoints select committees and the chair can appoint standing committees. So in our case, we have chosen to make them select committees. We have 5 committees, and they each have a terms of reference that are set out by bylaw. And we only have 2 of them today. So we have our Planning and Development Committee and Corporate Services. The rules of order for a committee, all 20 of you are members. Okay. You will appoint a chair and a vice chair of each committee later on. Actually, you'll be discussing it at committee and corporate services, and then you'll appoint them at the board meeting later on this afternoon. All committees are advisory in nature. You don't make any decisions at committee. You can make recommendations to the board. Everybody votes. So even though we explained a little bit about that complex voting system at your legislative workshop last week, there are no weighted votes at committee. We operate by a simple majority. So in this case, a quorum is 11. We just, everybody has 1 vote. Okay. When we get into the board meeting, of course, that all changes. So then we do have participant votes and weighted votes and other complex matters to deal with. The chair's already mentioned that he's going to be chairing just for today until we get committee chairs appointed. And we will appoint chairs to all 5 of our select committees so that when we come back on December 1st for our next meeting, those that are appointed will take the chair for those committees that they've been appointed to chair. I'm hoping that Ms. Malden has got everybody signed up now, or at least given you access for eScribe, which is our electronic agenda package that comes out where all of your reports will be. In the meantime, if there's presentations, you'll see them on the screen, or delegations, of course. But you will need access. You can get to it through our external web page, which is what a lot of the members do, but you will have access to our eScribe application as well. Just a reminder, we are live and we are being recorded, so conduct yourselves accordingly with body language and the normal meeting protocols. Just a reminder. When we have committee meetings, our typical procedure is certainly we're going to talk about your decision-making policy and model at our next meeting and take you through that. But generally what happens is we like to take certainly all of the complex issues through committee first, which is a less formal atmosphere, and you'll get more of a chance to interact with staff, and you'll be able to hear speakers and delegations regarding those issues. And then once you're ready, you can send that through committee to the board meeting. And as we said before, once an item gets to the board, that's when you discuss it amongst yourselves and vote accordingly. Okay. There is a 2-week gap. So when we present at committee, it'll be recorded in the minutes. Anything that committee sends forward to the board, you will then deal with at that board meeting in 2 weeks. Okay. If you want something, and we have a couple of them today, if you want something to go from committee meeting this morning to the board meeting this afternoon, you can make that motion, and the board then has the right to suspend that rule where we would not send it until the minutes go in 2 weeks. So you can get something from a committee to a board the same day, but there should be a good reason for that. Okay, because the other thing it does is it provides an opportunity for sober second thought once you discuss something at committee before you have to make your decision at a board meeting. Now, having said that, can I just ask, everybody's hooked up? You've got your agendas in front of you and we're ready to go? And the chair mentioned if you are going to speak, you have to push the button on your microphone and wait for it to turn green. As with any assembly based on parliamentary procedure, if you do want to speak, you have to get the attention of the chair, and oftentimes he'll keep a list of those in order, and you wait until you're called. Any questions you have directed to the chair, and then the chair will direct them accordingly to whether that's another member of staff or wherever he wants to send that, or if he wants to wait for that one to be determined. But that is typically the parliamentary procedure, is to go through the chair. Okay, so planning. We had a brief presentation at your legislative workshop last week about the issues regarding our advisory planning commissions and our ability to support administratively. So we've got Mr. Garish in the boardroom this morning, and he's got a slide deck that he's going to take you through to elaborate on that. We've called it a discussion paper. We're not sure where you want to go on this. We've got some options that we want to discuss with you. Just taking into account generally the problem with staff retention and recruitment nationally, but certainly in the Okanagan and certainly in our line of work. So we may have to look at sort of interim measures or resourcing in order to, depending on which option you might want to proceed with. So discussion paper today, we'll take questions and comments and hopefully get sort of a sense of where you want to go on this, and then we'll be back with something more formal. So at this point, Mr. Chair, we'll turn it over to Mr. Garish, and he'll bring up his slideshow.
Go ahead, Chris.
Great, thank you. I think my slides are coming. Okay. So I'm just going to start for the board's benefit with some statutory background before I get into some of the more specific issues that we've been facing with the APC. So as the board may be aware, our APCs are governed by the legislation, which would be the Local Government Act. And it sets out some basic parameters when the board considers establishing an APC. And so the point I want to emphasize first, of course, in the context of one of the options later on, is that there's no statutory requirement to have an APC. It's wholly optional. Of course, we have a long history of having APCs, but that's a decision for the board. And the matters that they advise on are generally land use matters, so bylaws, preparation of amendments, permits, etc. Another important consideration, too, in the context of the options before you is that the legislation says the APC can be for one or it can be for multiple electoral areas. Some other housekeeping parts of the legislation: 2/3 of members must reside within the electoral areas that the APC represents, and certain individuals are not eligible to serve, which I think was a question that came up at inaugural last week, so directors, staff, etc. So in the context of the RDOS, the board has historically appointed APCs for each electoral area. In the previous term, we had 7. I think the exceptions were B and G. And over the course of that term, I think we had 77 approximate number of APC members serve on those commissions. So a fair number of people and a fair number of APCs. And as the board is aware, the APCs meet once a month. Their meetings are spread out through the course of the month, and usually it's on an as-needed basis. So if there's no permits or rezonings for them to consider, it's not uncommon for their meetings to be canceled. So in terms of how those meetings have occurred too, so prior to 2020 and COVID, they were always in person in each electoral area. So the example I have here is that the APC for Area A would always meet in person at the Sonora Center. With COVID, all the APC meetings shifted online, and we were using WebEx in order to have those meetings. And then at the beginning of 2022, as the COVID restrictions started to ease, we began, and I don't think this was a purposeful decision, but a hybrid model started to take shape with the APCs, where we were offering the in-person option as well as allowing people to attend remotely through WebEx, which was taking some additional staff resources to coordinate and arrange. Whoops, I think I've clicked too many. So again, just some more context for the board's benefit. So this is the basic structure of the planning department over the last 5 years. And so you can see the staff complement that we have. And on average, it's 8 to 9 staff. But of those staff, only 4 to 5 are the ones who generally attend the APC meetings. So that would be myself or the planners that are dealing with the specific files that are before the APC on a particular night. And as you can see here, we do have 2 vacancies at the moment. One is seasonal in relation to the summer student. They would normally attend APCs anyway, but we do have a planner 1 vacancy, which I'll be touching on as well in a later slide. So the issue that's kind of brought this to the fore, and that we discussed with the board back in June when we made the initial decision to withdraw staff support to the APCs, is that at the RDOS there is a significant requirement for night and weekend meetings. And that's been cited as a push factor for a number of staff that have left us for other employment opportunities. And we are also in the middle, as some of the member municipalities know, because I think they're experiencing the same issues that we have here. Very competitive job market for land use planners, both in the public and private sectors. And these are some numbers that I put together back in June when we announced that staff would no longer be able to attend. So, just within the Okanagan alone, in the first 6 months of this year, there was 38 postings. And more broadly throughout the province for the first 6 months, it was almost 350. So there's a lot of competition for planners, which we need to be mindful of. And the other point, which I'm going to get to in these next few slides too, is that, we are in a kind of a growth economy over the last 5 years. Well, I'd even argue maybe the last 8 years. And it's a fairly heavy work burden that requires staff to generally be in the office during regular hours. Like it's not easy to swap out hours to attend night meetings because your regular work in relation to current applications tends to back up as a result. And so these are just some stats that were prepared earlier as well, just showing what we've been experiencing in terms of growth over the last 10 years. So you can see here just a basic population growth has increased fairly substantially since 2010, and this is for the electoral areas, so not counting the member municipalities. With that population growth, we've also seen growth in the private dwellings that are being constructed or reconstructed. So for planning, this impacts us in terms of zone checks that we have to do. Queries from the public who bought land and want to redevelop or put a house on. Also, if they come in and need a rezoning or some kind of permit, whether it's development or a variance permit to facilitate that dwelling, this all adds to our workload. And you can see that here in this graph. So since 2015, our workload has basically doubled in terms of current applications and referrals, but the staff complement hasn't really kept pace with that increase. So this just summarizes some of the challenges that we're dealing with, which impact our ability to do night meetings on top of everything else. On top of that, the board we have a fairly ambitious strategic project list from the board that we've been working on. These are some of the highlights from the previous term. And these are fairly substantive projects, at least the top row, with the RGS, the 2 OCP reviews. Yep. Official community plan, regional growth strategy, subdivision servicing, noise bylaw, environmentally sensitive development permit review, and the list goes on. So with this workload, particularly the strategic projects and planning applications, you can see here on this chart the number of night meetings that were being generated between May of 21 and June of 2022, which is the month we stopped attendance at the APC. So the APCs were by far the biggest night meeting requirement for staff in terms of attendance, followed by public information meetings, which could be related to current applications or projects as well. And then we have project meetings in purple, which would be the committees that are sometimes set up to facilitate or assist us with these projects. Again, another stat just showing where these APC meetings were happening, the average duration, and we had the benefit of being able to pull these stats from WebEx, so it automatically generates these when we schedule and run these meetings. And I've picked this slide out, and I know it's not representative, but it's the kind of slide that illustrates what can happen in a worst case scenario. And I've highlighted here the number of night meetings that we had in February 2022, and this is the month that one of our planners decided to start looking for work elsewhere because the night meetings were too much. And I think the story that I heard was that they had signed up for a night class or a night a Zumba course or something. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was Tuesday and they missed every single one of those because of night meeting commitments with the regional district. So I acknowledge that these are not representative of every month of the year, but when they happen, they can be catastrophic for the department in terms of staff losses and then the spill-on effects for that in terms of our processing times for current applications and also our ability to get your projects done in the scheduled time frame that we thought we could do them. So as you can see here, we have had an ongoing issue with staff retention over the last 5 years. It's you can almost see a pattern here. So I'm a little concerned about what might happen in 2023 if we're going to have another 3 vacancies occur. But it is a problem, as I said, for our processing of projects and applications, but also in terms of just investments by the organization and training and bringing staff up to speed in terms of our processes and our bylaws and everything else. So that kind of turnover hurts us a lot. And the flip side to that turnover then is that the staff who are left trying to deal with the workload volumes, we have a completely unsustainable level of overtime that's being logged in relation to our department's work. So we had projected back in June that we were on course for about 1,100 hours of overtime as a department, which we just can't keep that up. I mean, it's going to eventually end in more probably staff resignations. So that's what prompted us to take some of the steps that we did. I just have a couple more slides here to give some context on what we're dealing with as we try to keep our staff and how that relates to the APC. So obviously there's the volume of work too, but if we're talking about in-person attendance at meetings, there is the staff travel time that's required to get there. So if we're sending staff out, and yes, I have picked some of our furthest locations here in terms of Princeton and Soyuz, but again, there's always a possibility that's where the meeting's going to be. So we're looking at a 2-hour round trip. Planning applications are becoming more complex. And we appreciate the time and the effort that the volunteers on the APCs provide in reviewing these, but we also recognize that they are lay people and may not necessarily have some of the experience that staff do with these applications, and their complexity can be a challenge sometimes. And the travel time also becomes a concern too when we have small agendas that APC members may review and think that it's and again, I'm just trying to read the tea leaves here, maybe not as important for them to attend. And so then we have quorum issues, and we've sent staff out, and nothing can be achieved because in the absence of quorum, there's no formal recommendation being made to the board. And also with that transition earlier this year into this informal hybrid option, it did increase the required staff participation in the meetings. Obviously, if it's an in-person meeting only, we can send one staff person. But if we're now talking about a hybrid, we're sending one person out to the electoral area, but then we're also potentially having another staff member back in the office to help with the WebEx backend, getting APC members in, getting applicants in, making sure everything's running properly, et cetera. And I'm not telling tales here. I think the board is aware that last year with some of our commissions was a challenging one in terms of having to remove some, and then some of the issues that came up with allegations around conflict and inappropriate actions by some commissions. And we also recognize too that there is a challenge with retaining commission members. I mean, we had 77 different ones over the last term. Some directors have come to us and asked for assistance, and we've tried to post notices out in the papers and encourage people to participate, but we don't always get very strong or any responses sometimes to these requests for volunteers to serve on the commission. So maintaining 7 commissions with 77 different members presents its own challenges as well. And then just a general slide on some of the recruitment challenges. Again, just to emphasize the potential impacts of these APC requirements. So, with our turnover over the last 5 years and our posting, I mean, we're not seeing a lot of planners in that experienced bracket, if you want to call it that, with more than 5 years experience applying for our positions. We know that when we do find candidates who are qualified and suitable and interested in coming, and it's not just our department, I think it's all the departments are, seeing that the cost and availability in South Okanagan for housing is becoming a challenge. Obviously there's the night meeting request. The wages were below market value. We have that provision in our contract that allows for a hard to retain, hard to recruit bump, which we've implemented to try to make us more competitive with some of the municipalities that we're competing with for staff. There's also the, it seems almost seasonal now, issues around EOC and fires and potentially floods, but hopefully not this year, which then, as the board is aware, pulls staff out of other departments. And, EOCs tend to also require night and weekend work. And for planning staff that are already doing significant night meetings in relation to APCs and project work, that can be a very tough ask. And, as I've also touched on too, there is a cost to the organization, and it's tough when we onboard staff and train them and then lose them within 12 months for, sometimes potentially reasons that are within our control and that we can try to address, such as the night meetings. So just to recap for the board, the change to the APCs in June wasn't the only change we made. We just didn't single out the APCs. We did take steps to number the number of public information meetings that we're prepared to facilitate for applicants. So we were doing multiple of those in a month, but now we're telling applicants we're only prepared to do those once a month. And if that doesn't work with their schedule for their application, they're more than free to schedule their own public information meeting and host it themselves. We've also changed our recommendation to the board on public hearings. So instead of recommending sometimes that these occur out in the communities, which would then require another night meeting, we're recommending at this point that they always occur at board meetings. We're trying to exclude staff who are putting in the high OT levels overtime levels with the night meetings from the Emergency Operations Center. And then the board also did support us, which we're very thankful for, in changes to the temporary use permit public information meeting requirements, primarily for vacation rentals. So that's changed now to being where it was mandatory previously. The board is now exercising discretion and only sending us out to those night meetings if they think it's warranted. And then obviously the APC changes, which I've touched on. And also, I just want to highlight too that, just because staff weren't attending the APC meetings in person at night, it doesn't mean we weren't supporting them at all. So we did continue to do a number of services for them, such as taking care of scheduling and publicizing their meeting dates, preparing the agendas for their consideration, taking care of all the notification requirements for the applicants, distributing the agendas. And we also made sure that the APCs knew that staff were available, ideally a couple of days before the meeting, but we would try to answer any questions that they might have in relation to our staff reports or the nature of the application itself, or if they had bylaw questions or whatever the case may be, that we would try to answer them in a timely fashion so that they had all the information they felt they needed before their meeting. And so I just wanted to highlight that the result of these changes, and of course, some of these overtime hours are baked into the 2022 total because of what happened between January and June. But, because of those changes, we've now been able to project that our overtime hours, while still fairly high, are not going to be as high as they would have been had we kept on the same track in June. So we're now down to about a projected total of 800 hours, which again is still not fantastic. It's a strain on the department, and we'd like to get it down further. And we feel that some of the options before you today with the APC schedule might help with that. And just, I don't want to gloss over, but we also do recognize that we have been getting feedback from directors and also from some of the electoral area APCs, where they have raised concerns about the absence of staff attendance at their meetings and how they feel that might adversely affect their ability to give informed recommendations to the board. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware that we are aware of that feedback from the APCs. So the options that are in your report, there's multiple variations to these, but I think the three main core options are to restructure, do not appoint, or reestablish the previous APC model, but maybe with some changes to it. So I'll just run through those quickly. This is more the mechanics of what a restructured APC could look like. We at staff level know that the board sees merit in having APCs assist them on occasion with permits and bylaws. And so if there's a desire to keep an APC, we feel that there is a benefit to giving consideration to having one for each valley. So that would be for the one for the Okanagan electoral areas and one for the Similkameen electoral areas. In terms of trying to reduce staff night meeting requirements, we do feel that there would be benefit to having those scheduled once a month. Ideally, from our perspective, that wouldn't even occur at night. We would prefer to see that maybe during office hours, so we could schedule a meeting sometime between 9 and 4:30. If we went down this route, we feel that we would be able to provide the hybrid meeting schedule type for the board and its APCs. So online via WebEx, but for the in-person component, we feel that those meetings would be best accommodated here within the office. It doesn't mean people have to come to Penticton because obviously there would be the WebEx option, but here in Penticton, we do have the full planning department. We have the building department available if there's questions around the building code. We have legislative services staff if there's issues around legislation or meeting procedures. And we also have IT staff available to assist if there's any issues with online participation. And, the added benefit too is that we would then be able to stream and post APC meetings online. We feel this type of APC structure has a lot of merit. We think a regionally based APC would help the board with regional decisions. It would expose APC members to issues in other communities, help with consistency of recommendation across electoral areas. I think reducing the number of APCs would make it easier for us to manage, certainly not having 77 members. We'd also hopefully have a much easier time making quorum and not losing meeting opportunities because of lack of APC member attendance. So that's option one. Option two, just a technical point at the first dot point here. So as of your last meeting on the 10th and the end of the previous board's term, all the APCs ceased to exist. So there are no APCs at the moment. And if you chose to go with this option of not appointing, it's simply arguably status quo because there's no APCs at the moment. So I did in the report list a number of considerations related to this. Certainly, I suppose the big one would be the resource requirements and the implication for staff retention and the planning department's ability to do your projects and process applications in a timely manner versus the benefit being provided by the APCs. I think the only other point I would want to emphasize on this one is that, obviously, as with any of the options, it wouldn't be permanent. I mean, the board would have the option of potentially trialing this for a year or two and then revisiting it to see if it had any ongoing benefit, but certainly I think it's available to you. And then the final one, which, I have to admit from staff's perspective is not ideal, would be to reestablish what existed prior to June of this year. But, as you saw from that February 2022 meeting calendar, there's always the risk for us that we have another very heavy month, which could impact staff retention. We don't think this addresses the underlying structural issues of how many APCs we're trying to maintain and the night meeting requirements that go with that. And but if this is the board's preference, just because of the growth in applications and projects and everything else that's going on, if you want staff support for this, we do feel that we would require additional staff resources to try to help, mitigate that workload for the 4 planners who generally go out, and an additional staff member would be helpful in that respect. So a high-level overview of the 3 options. Obviously, there's interchangeable parts to those that could be considered by the board, but I'll leave it there, and I'll try to answer any questions that directors might have.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I'll go to Director Gettens. Please go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Thanks for the presentation, Chris. I think it's a challenge when we have that front desk because there's a service level that citizens expect with their applications when they come to that front desk. And if we're not meeting that service level, that's where we get a lot of pushback. With an APC for Area F, so Area F is Greater West Bench, Rural Summerland, North Beach. We also have Red Wing. So it's pretty hard to have only a couple of members represent such a diverse area. So that's what happened this last term is we had all of our APC members from Greater Westminch. So hard to know about the water issues in Fulder when making decisions about Fulder. I really like option number one. I think the hybrid complex like makes it more complex though, where if it was all online, and I think people are pretty used to it being online, and if we had everybody together and we could share the information, because hearing what's happening in Area E is important to Area F and all the rest of it. So there's shared benefit there, hopefully less staff time for sure. And if there's a way to break out the rooms so we can have a larger APC that's just for that area. So we could have all the presentations together, everybody can hear about that are on the APCs, then we break out and have individual area discussions. Some way just to allow a little bit more room to have more APC members from different areas. They're so big, the areas. It's hard to have two representatives. I really value the APCs. I don't have a lot of APC meetings, but when we do, it's definitely a value and I don't want to see it go away. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith.
Through the chair. So I've had a considerable amount of feedback from my community. So I just want to share some of the ideas that were shared with me. So the current process right now with not having staff attend APC meetings is not good governance. It is impossible for a director to manage APCs and their feedback and their concerns. And I'm not a planner, and I'm being asked questions by my community that I don't have the answers and I don't have that expertise. So what we have now does not work, and I full-heartedly say that. The APCs are a very valuable resource to electoral area directors. To not have that direct community feedback will do harm. And that's where our communities expect to be able to have feedback is through a process that's established in the regional district. I know as a director, I make sure I have a well-balanced APC. I have members from Apex, Twin Lakes, St. Andrews. Like every part of my community of area I, every community of area I is represented on the APC. So it's very high value to me to have that. I just want to share that the liability of not having staff at the meetings, I think, is a great concern because there were conversations that came up that the APC was very uncomfortable even talking about because they didn't have staff to be able to answer those questions. The feedback from people who are not on the APC that reached out to me felt that by not having APCs, that we're damaging public trust, because they don't have a process to get that formal feedback as a community to the board. Feedback directly from my APC was that they didn't feel that we needed to add another full-time staff member. Often we have no APC meeting. There's months that we don't have a meeting. And then there's months that we combine as many applications as we can to be efficient. They also addressed the EOC, which I'm glad that Chris did in the presentation as well, that staff from planning, if they're already experiencing a high level of overtime, that having them at the EOC does not make sense. The community impact of not having APCs is very significant to electoral areas. As everybody's voting on this, I definitely want that to be very loud and clear that as directors, that is our opportunity to have feedback from our community to be able to make good decisions. So I put it back to my APC and I said, okay, if this is the direction and these are the concerns of staff, what can we do together? The solution that they suggested was that APCs move to 1 day of the week. We maintain different APCs. Every area would have its own APC. We utilize technology and we use WebEx that has breakout rooms. Every area could have its own little breakout room. Staff could be available, say from 5 to 7 p.m. to answer questions. That gives us the coverage for good questions to be asked of staff. We could still maintain our separate APCs. It would be 1 night a month. That's not a huge ask of staff. Yes, it's overtime. It's unfortunate, but it's part of the job. I have to work overtime in my employment, so it exists. The other part they wanted to mention is that the value to staff being there is so significant that they suggested possibly a bonus or some sort of remuneration above overtime because they are going to those meetings, and the high value added not only to myself as an EA, but also to the entire board. They also wanted to bring up something, and they call it the election gap harm. When there's an election, there's sort of a time period where, like right now, we have no APCs. I have an application right now. They're so desperate to get to an APC meeting so that they can move forward. It's costing them thousands of dollars a day waiting for this. So it is significant to me that we make a decision, that we move forward with an APC, and that we make something work, that we can have our autonomy of having our own APCs, but yet honoring the staff need of not having those, I guess, aggressive meetings, because they can be, and there's a lot of them. So I would say they're aggressive. So I do like the option of moving to 1 day a week that we have our APC meetings. Anyways, just looking for feedback on that idea because I think it's very valid.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. First off, I'd like to make it really clear that I do understand that in Area G, we don't have any zoning, so that leads to very meeting light APCs. I did not start up an APC when I was elected the last term because an official community plan was my idea of getting that started. And I'm wanting to do these things right. But looking at past in regards to Area G, I'd been asked to be or appointed as a member at one point from the previous director. And that was we only did it quarterly. Now, we don't have as much, of course, as I stated, those type of issues. But again, now building on an OCP, looking as we move forward, wanting to make sure that I set the ground and prepare it well for proper APC moving forward. I do appreciate the necessity of an APC. But again, that's in value to an electoral area director, as planning had stated that, it's not a legislative directive. It's an opportunity for, again, like a sober second thought, being able to bounce things off the community. And Area G has 3 very distinct communities. My question would be, and again, it's around technology, because this is, I'm ignorant of, and I'm understanding in regards to the WebEx component of it. Is it something that, for instance, with training, so for instance, in the rec center where we do most of our community meetings in Karamias, we've now got a smart board. Is that something that the planning person, so that they can work separately and away from, and then be able to run a meeting off of a smart board? And again, forgive my ignorance in regards to IT, but I have that question and then one follow-up.
Okay, can you answer that, Chris, or?
I can give it a shot. I mean, I know some of our APC venues are equipped or have the Wi-Fi capability that we can provide that hybrid meeting at the location. So the other one that comes to mind is the community center in OK Falls. But the challenge there is that if we're not sending a staff member out to assist with the operation of the smart board, then we have to ensure that we have somebody on the APC who's able to log in and run that meeting from that location, so that the staff are attending remotely, either from the main office here, or if they're even choosing to do it from home, that there's somebody on the other end able to get them in to the meeting. So it is one option, but we would then have to make sure our APCs are trained and we have the equipment in place at each location to do that. So whereas if we have it here in the office, as you can see, we have all the equipment and the staff available to assist with that.
Okay, thank you. Director Taylor?
To the chair, I think this question may go to the city of Penticton. I'm just curious, showing my ignorance, but what mechanism do municipalities use to fill this gap?
Go ahead, Director Bloomfield. Do you have APCs in Penticton?
We have a planning advisory committee, so we have more of a committee structure, and municipalities are having this very same conversation about their committee structures right now because of the very same reasons that you're having a discussion about the APCs. But we're more of a committee structure, whether it be agricultural or planning, and council is actually we're our own APC in a large sense.
Okay, go ahead. Is that good? Director Holmes?
In Summerland, we have an APC. It's established by bylaw. It's the only committee of ours that we haven't put a pause on to review. We're reviewing all our other committees right now. the thinking being a new term is the time to do that. Our APC basically meets as needed. So whenever there is a major development application that needs to be reviewed, the APC meeting is called, and it goes to them. They're a pretty efficient group, and I think they meet during the daytimes, so they don't have evening meetings, and that's it really.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, so then just to recap, and my understanding of what you're saying is that municipalities do have some kind of a mechanism where they consult with the community on a planning issue before it hits board.
Yeah.
Or they have the option.
Okay. I'll go to Director Roberts and then Director Gettins. You had a...
Thank you to the chair. Again, and this is not a question. I did bring it up about 4 years ago, and it is an option. And I would like staff's take on it. When we look at funding, the funding model in regards to our, forgive me, it's not called gas tax anymore, but you're able to use that for OCPs. So for instance, if we were to say a certain percentage of our annual gas tax went towards OCP planning, there would be a set amount of money that could be guaranteed, and it would maybe also alleviate some of the stress in regards to the ups and downs in our tax requisitions. Anyways, just a possible partial solution.
Okay. Director Gettins and then Director Monteith.
Thanks to the chair. Just following up on what Director Bloomfield just said about the council being the city's own APC. And that's the struggle that we have in rural areas, is that there's just one director for a rural area that lives in just one part of the very massive rural area. So when you have a complex issue come forward, hearing from the people that's going to be most impacted by that, it may not be you, because we don't necessarily all live in the same community. The value of the APC for me, and you know, in our area, it's not as busy as some of the other areas for sure. It really is an important process, and to figure a way of making it work so that we get, because what I want as a director is I want to have feedback from citizens on those issues that are difficult, and we can't debate at the table at the same level of knowledge that one council would have for one city. It's impossible for everybody to know what's going on in Falder in a way that's really impactful. So the APCs provide that insight. Having staff there to answer the questions that I can't answer is how we get a good debate. So we just got to figure out how to bridge it. Be it one day, have a meeting during the daytime. If we set the parameters, we can find volunteers that can meet and work within those parameters, but I can't give up the APC. It's too valuable, but I want to respect staff's request here, and we need to make it work, because we're not going to do ourselves any favor by losing any more planning staff. So if we can figure out some way of hybridizing it. I don't know if we need to, like I said, I don't know if we need an in-person meeting and a WebEx meeting. I think everybody can just WebEx in now. We've been doing it for such a long time. People are pretty comfortable with that now. And we just need access to the staff for the questions. I have no problem leading or chairing the discussion, but I can't be the one responsible for answering planning questions at the level that we're expecting from the APC. Thanks.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Absolutely agree with Director Gettins. I guess my question is about the RDOS contracts with municipalities for planning and the impact of that taking away from APC time. Is there a competitiveness with that? Is that a possibility?
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't think so. I mean, the only contract that we have at the moment, although we are on an as-needs basis with Princeton, but is with the Village of Karamias. And I mean, if we get one referral or application a quarter, that's about it. And they're usually pretty straightforward. So there's not really a competing issue with providing that service to Karamias versus what we're doing for the APCs.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel, I see a hand there, and then I'll go to Director Coyne after that.
Thank you, and through the chair, I've been listening to this, and I find my APC to be a very valuable addition to my area. Each area is extremely different, and like Director Gettins pointed out, there's a number of components to the larger regional districts, or the areas inside the regional districts. So getting a voice from each of those sub-area, if you will, I'm finding quite important. I was a little concerned when we first suggested going without staff support at the APC meetings, but I was actually surprised how well that worked. It does require more effort on my part to try to foresee the issues, but I believe that we can handle that without. And bear in mind that these APC meetings are still only recommendary. If a motion goes against the plan, then it's spoken to again at the board level. So a lot of those questions get answered at that point. But it still brings a feeling of what different areas of inside your area are feeling on a particular subject. So I think this is primary importance. In Area C, I can definitely live without staff attendance. There'd be difficulties, but that's life. We can live with that. We also have to deal with the EOC thing without a doubt. That's a major draw on all our resources. But at this point, I would be remiss to say that I want to have an area APC. What's good in one area and say area E is not going to fit in area D, F, or A for that matter. I understand that they wanted, the intention is to split the Okanagan from the South Mean, which there's definitely a lot of merit to that. But all the Okanagan is not the same. We differ considerably from one area to another, and we need those that input. I've also found that I have lessened my request for APCs. I don't have to send everything to APC if it's simple, so I have discretionary power when these things originally come to the board, and I send less to the APCs now. But I would not want to lose the option of talking to my APC. I have, like Area I have people from right across my area, so it gives me a broad spectrum of how my area is reacting to different land use issues. But I do respect the problems that the staff is having. I don't really, I mean, electronic meetings are fine, but the problem is every member of that APC has to have similar equipment, and that becomes difficult. We muttered through it for 2 years. This seems to be working right now without having staff at these meetings, so I can live with that. I can't speak for the other areas. Every area is distinct in its needs. So thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. I got Director Coyne Senior. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a big issue that it's going to take a lot of head scratching to get through this one for everybody, I think. But as far as I can see, like with us, we have huge issues with getting a quorum at times. People, you know, I got members that come all the way from Eastgate or from Osprey Lake that come in, and connectivity out in Osprey Lake area is pretty poor, so they have to do it by phone. It gets, and same as on 5A. So those are challenges, but I think that, you know, we've proven over the last few years that we can do it. I think that I kind of like the idea of doing it during the day rather than having people and trying to do it at night. And then, you know, we've had issues where planners aren't IT people, and they run into problems on the getting it set up. If it was during the day, we'd have those folks available to help out. So I lean heavily towards moving the meetings during the day and primarily going with the staff support out of the office during the day. That would be my kind of take on it. And there again, also the fact that Director Knodel mentioned that a lot of things, or not a lot of things, but sometimes things get sent off to the APC that really we could deal with as a board instead of downloading that onto them as well. So I think maybe that as the directors sometimes we have to step up a little bit more and make some of these smaller decisions on our own without the APC, because we have our agenda a week ahead of time, that we have the opportunity to reach out and talk to the folks involved and whatnot. So I think we can do a little bit more head scratching and come up with a good plan. But I like the idea of having it during the day and having staff available at the office online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I do understand your point, Director Coyne, about having daytime meetings is ideal. I think that moving meetings to daytime could limit good volunteers from stepping up because they work. As directors, I have to work during the day, so now I'm taking maybe 2 hours of my day off of work to be able to volunteer to attend a meeting, which is high value. So even though staff aren't taking the time off, now I'm taking that time off of work. So I think that there is a sweet spot here. Oops, sorry. And I think that so I'd like to make a motion that we consider moving the APC meetings to 1 day a week, that we use only WebEx. As a director, we could bring a laptop to our own APC meetings. We could still meet as an APC in person, but bring our own laptop to be able to Zoom in or WebEx in. So once again, 1 day a week meeting, only on WebEx, and that we have staff available during that time for a meeting. So, and I do think that from 5 to 7 is an appropriate time, because that would give us time to be able to ask those questions and staff wouldn't have to hang out the whole time.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a seconder for that? Seconding it, thank you. We do have it on the floor, but I do have a couple more hands up. I will go to Director Knodel and then Director Roberts. Did you have?
Yeah, once again, through the chair, and Director Monteith hit it right. I have a predominantly farming area, and I would have great difficulty trying to man an APC or person in APC through the daytime hours. People work for a living. Farming is intensive. You can't walk away from it. It's hard enough during the high activity times of these farms to make quorum at times. Possibly each area can do its own issue if not picking at staff time, and that would be work for me. Again, I don't need the staff time as much as some other areas. It's simply a recommendation. I don't have a high growth area either, so that makes a big difference from, say, Area E, which tends to have large subdivision issues. So again, each area has kind of its own flavor, if you will. Thank you.
Okay, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. What would work well for Area G, I have no problem with our gathering in one spot. For us, because being in the Similkameen versus Penticton, and doing it during staff hours may be a little bit more flexible for us. And I don't mind, a 5 to 7 is a reasonable time. We have the smart board out there. If we did it during staff hours, and they're at the rec center, there are staff there. And so I believe in regards to our neck of the woods, moving forward, that I have an ability to make it fairly concise. And the other thing is once we have a meeting and an agenda, is it something that you have your discussion period for first, and then only have, as was mentioned before by Director Monteith, just have staff input for a segmented amount of time so they know what the amount of time, and in that way, the overlapping of multiple, or putting them in line sequentially between the different groups when they're meeting, whether or not you're talking about the 1 day, but you're only committing to half an hour of staff time per, if they're being able to do it distance-wise. So I like the idea, and that was, I think, was with your option 1 in regards to the different things that you can, components moving in and about. Because again, the Similkameen Valley as a whole, I believe, has a lot less time necessity as maybe the Okanagan, and maybe the difference between the south versus the around Penticton. So anyways, thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any other hand. Oh, go ahead, Director Federico.
I find incredible value in our APC as well. I was a member on the board and found that it was important to put in our input. And as it has been mentioned, Area E has its fair share of complex matters that are coming through. We also have a smart board and have an ability for the hybrid model. So if we went to 1 day a week, where if our commission members chose to come into the fire hall is the one that has our smart board, then we could adapt to that hybrid model. So I'd be okay with that, just not okay with losing my APC.
Okay, thank you. See a hand from Director Taylor. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, we're coming forward with something that's not quite option 3. And do staff want to come back to us with some reaction? Like, do you actually want us to make this decision right now? Or are we best advised, have we missed something on this that you want to comment on that?
Okay, I'll go to the CAO.
Yeah, so that would be preferable. Frankly, from my point of view, I'd like to go back and talk to the staff about the proposal. Just to remind the committee, in 2021, when we had 3 positions, we had all 3 of them quit within a month. We had our manager who had over 420 hours of overtime while we were trying to recruit. Currently, we have 4 positions. 1's vacant, 1 is remote. They won't move to the valley because of the cost of living, and the other 2 have less than a year of experience. So our ability to support is, I would say, getting our attention right now. And I would like to see, the last thing you'd want to do is go to the 2 staff you have left and say, you got to work nights. And they say, see ya. There's a lot of opportunity, certainly up and down the valley right now. Planners are a very mobile profession, and these are young people with families and more of an interest in quality of life. So there's our problem, and that's what we had intended to present to you today. Certainly, if the board does say we're going back to the evening APCs, we'll impose that. I'm just saying at some points, we still have to prepare the reports, we still have to attend the counter, we still have to process applications, which is all day work. We don't have the option of trying to adjust schedules so they can get time off. They have to work during the day, and then if they have to work at night as well, with our current planning staff, that is a problem for them.
Understandable. Go ahead, Director Taylor.
So I guess I'm just wondering I'm not speaking against the motion. I am wondering if we need more time from staff to come back to us. What are the implications of this motion?
I think that would be the case anyway. No decision will be made today. This is, as the CAO has explained, committee, and then it goes to the board for a final decision. So this is a direction. It's kind of like choosing one of the options, but it's more option 3, a variation of that. And just so we're clear, my understanding of the motion is there would be all of the APCs meeting on one night, so that there's only one night per month where planning staff has to be available, not the way it was in the past. So that's what we're shooting for. Everybody's aware the motion is on the floor. It's moved, seconded. Seeing no other hands, sorry, Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks. Chair, I just want to clarify too. Sorry? Oh. Sorry, okay. I just wanted to clarify as well. I think the question is really with staff saying, here's the direction that we're wanting. We don't want to lose our APCs. We recognize that there's a struggle keeping staff. we're struggling with the noon hour or the during business times just because of the citizens. Is there a way we can bridge something and just come back and have it reported out? This doesn't mean if we vote yes on this is the direction we're going to go. We just need more. This is the direction that we're leaning towards. Can we make it work from the staff point of view?
Okay. Go ahead, Director Weep.
I get that we've kind of talked the Similkameen versus the rest of the Okanagan. But there's a place too of if being George is here, he's online, that B&G are close enough that could work. But I'm wondering, like, this motion is to keep everything as it is, all 9 regional area directors, but that might not be necessary, right? If the Similkameen works, that we could do that, then at the motion as presented for me would be problematic in that it might be to our benefit. We've been talking regional strategy for quite a while through the Similkameen. So it might be to our benefit. I know I don't have an APC, but we do have technology. We do have different things that I know the village would be more than willing to help out in. If we were looking at a regional thing to try to help out, try to help staff, we'd be, have some of that dialogue. So I'm just, as the motion as presented to me would be problematic in that it's not covering enough bases. So I just think that if we're looking for that to kind of go forward as presented, for me, that would be problematic.
Okay, understanding that, there's always the option that you guys could combine over there if you so choose, but this is a direction that we're trying to limit the number of hours that staff are presenting. How you guys wanted to set up your APCs would be a decision you could make. Bring that back to the board and we can ratify it if it works. And as long as it's not adding more staff time, I'm sure staff would be supportive of it or could be supportive of it. Seeing no more hands, I will call a question. It's been well discussed and will be coming back to us in the future. So all those in favor?
Is this a vote just for Laura? I'm sorry.
No, the committee, everybody votes. Yep. Everybody votes at committee. So all those in favor, thank you. Any opposed? Director Wiebe, Bush, Knodel, and Coyne opposed. And, the other Coyne. I've seen another hand that direction. So. And were you opposed as well then, Director Roberts? Okay, so the motion still carries. Yeah. Moving on to electoral official community plan schedule, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So those returning members are aware that we went through a long process to consolidate zoning bylaws in the Okanagan Valley, and that has now been successfully completed. We're looking at the implications for us of the number of different official community plans that we have and the timing and the cost that they take. So Mr. Garish has looked at that and has again brought it forward for discussion as to whether we change our schedule for official community plans. So we'll turn it over to him, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Great, thank you. I've got another PowerPoint coming up here shortly. Okay, so yes, the official community plan bylaw review schedule. So again, just some background context for the committee's benefits. So the regional district does currently have 8 OCPs. I put an asterisk there because, of course, Area G has received first and second reading for their first OCP, but it hasn't been adopted yet. For the most part, I believe these official community plans were adopted in the 1980s and have been reviewed multiple times since. When those first reviews occurred in the 1990s, they were done with the assistance of planning consultants. This is before my time with the RDOS, but I've heard stories from the period that the board wasn't entirely happy with that arrangement. And so when the next set were done in the early 2000s, they were done entirely in-house using available staff resources. And we were able to do approximately 4 OCPs that way, but the last one, Area H, took us 3 years, which was a long time. And I think the board wasn't entirely happy with that process. So starting in 2010, 2011, consulting budgets was established, approximately $55,000 a year for a total of 110. to help us do more OCPs in a more timely fashion. So we were able to do, as you can see here, about another 5 OCPs with that funding model. The challenge that we have now, and of course we're into strategic planning and looking at project lists from the board and budget as well. Oops, sorry, I hit the button here too quick. The consulting for the OCPs hasn't changed since 2011. So obviously now we're starting to see the impacts of inflation, and the consulting companies are experiencing the same challenges that we are with retaining staff and the number of projects that are available. So we're competing with a lot of other local governments for their time and services. And we started to notice in 2019 with the Area A review that we only received 2 responses, which was very underwhelming. Normally we would hope to get 10 to 12 responses to an request for proposals for consulting services. And that repeated again the following year when we did Area G. We had 2, which again were very underwhelming. So we decided, well, we'll do some additional work and we'll go out again, and hopefully we can get more consultants to put in. And actually the opposite happened, and it went down from 2 to 1. So we are concerned that the budget hasn't kept pace, and that there is possibly a need to increase the budget, which then gets us looking at the structure of the OCPs themselves, and whether this is the model that we want to continue with. There are other considerations for the board, not just the financial outlay for consultants, the internal costs in terms of staffing requirements, and what it means to be doing OCPs versus other project priorities that the board might have. And we feel that, with the current setup, if we move possibly to 1 OCP for the Okanagan electoral areas, that there'd be improved efficiencies, integration of land use bylaws, and I'm speaking specifically about the RGS and zoning bylaw with the OCPs, and then also just an improved focus on regional decision-making by the board. So I'll touch on these quickly. I know time is running out here. So financial considerations. So I just want to highlight for the board that under the Act, it's not actually specified when an OCP should be reviewed. To the extent that the Act speaks to it, there is a requirement that the housing needs section of your OCP has to speak to a minimum 5-year period. So theoretically, if you've done the minimum and only spoken to that 5-year period, you're probably going to be reviewing your OCP in 5 years' time. I think in a municipality, the rule of thumb is that it is reviewed every 5 to 10 years. But again, because of the number of OCPs that we're currently maintaining and available staff resources, our cycle here is a little bit longer. I think the ideal is it would be a 15-year cycle, but with elections and other priorities that the board might have, and elections, whatnot, it tends to be more of a 20-year cycle. And so 2 years ago, this is what the board established in terms of when we would be looking at the various electoral area OCPs. And this is a continuous review, as you can see from the date, so it's nonstop. We're basically on a 15-year project, if you will, to constantly review all these OCPs. And so if the cost of the OCP review for consulting help, it does increase, and we've just ballparked a figure here between 130 to 150,000 per project. The cost to review all 8 of the OCPs would be in excess of $1 million, and we're not sure at a staff level if that's the best use of that money, particularly given the number of other projects that the board has flagged in the last 2 years that they would like to see done, but that we haven't been able to accommodate either because we don't have the consultant dollars, because they are going to the OCPs, and also because the staff that we have been earmarked towards OCP. So again, a familiar slide based on the previous presentation, but just a reminder about the structure of the planning department. So the way we utilize our staff in relation to the OCP reviews is that it's essentially the planner twos, or our more senior planners, who will be the file manager for an OCP review. And because we only have 2 of them, basically what that means is we have one of those positions now dedicated for the foreseeable future, dealing with nothing but OCP reviews, and that leaves only one other planner to deal with the other projects that the board might have. And so I've highlighted some of the current ones as well as some of the ones that the board has flagged in the last 12 months. And so that's one of the reasons why some of these projects take a little bit longer, or that staff aren't able to accommodate them, such as the vacation rental review, which came up as a request numerous times last year. It's just not available resources. So taking that into consideration, as well as the fact that a lot of the stuff that we're seeing come down the pipe in terms of what the province is encouraging us to do through our OCPs is regional based. And so I've got some examples here. You know, the OBWB did their floodplain mapping for the whole of the valley. Obviously, climate action is something that cuts across all the electoral areas. When it came to the housing needs report, you know, the province provided more funding for those local governments that work together on a regional basis to do their housing needs assessment. You know, again, yeah, repeating some of the same themes here, but environmental protection cuts across electoral areas. And also we see now this new emphasis on food system security. And again, that's not specific to one particular electoral area. So we do feel that, you know, the OCPs as they're currently structured are more regional based anyway. You know, we've done estimates in the past that, you know, we think, and this is just anecdotal, but, you know, approximately 85% of the content within the electoral area OCPs is regional based. Yes, there are local policies, but those are not the majority of the policies in these documents. And they generally occur only within three specific sections, which is the community profile, which isn't really policy anyway, growth management, and local area policies. We do feel that those can easily be accommodated within a single OCP. And, you know, moving to a single OCP does not mean the communities would somehow lose the ability to provide input or influence those sections of the bylaw that relate to them. And the examples that I've put forward here are, you know, the community involvement that we did when we had the Gallagher Lake area plan, you know, the community involvement that we've been doing as we undertake the Falder zone review. And if the board does put Khalidin zone review on as a project for next year, that we would be doing community consultation with that community in relation to any OCP changes that happen. And the same goes for local growth management. You know, community needs we recognize are different across the electoral areas, but those can easily be accommodated within a single OCP. So again, just for illustrative purposes, you can see we have been trying to modernize all of our OCPs. So in relation to land use, as the board is aware, when you adopt a regional growth strategy, every bylaw below it has to be consistent with the regional growth strategy. Same goes with an official community plan. And so having, you know, a single zoning bylaw, we've had the single subdivision servicing bylaw for a long time, and the single building bylaw, it makes it a lot easier to make those consistent with the plans above them. The exception you can see here is that we do have the 6 OCPs now, whereas for the other sections, we only have the 1 bylaws that we're dealing with. So in summary, we're, you know, just given the cost constraints and the fact that we're basically not losing, but, you know, making one of our senior planners unavailable for, you know, any other major project that the board may have because they're committed to OCP reviews, may not be the best use of staff and financial resources. We do think there's a lot of benefit to a single OCP for the Okanagan. We have chosen the valley as the basis for it because of the RGS. We recognize that Similkameen does not participate in the regional growth strategy. So that's part of our thinking as well. And then just if the board was curious as to how this might roll out, should you be supportive of this proposal, we are currently trying to complete the Area EOCP, which we're envisioning hopefully the first half of 2023. We would complete that process and then from there move on, as opposed to going to Area C next, work on a consolidated OCP. We believe, because of the work that's been done on the OCPs to date, that we can undertake this in-house and potentially get it done within 12 months. And going forward, the OCP review schedule, I think ideally, from our perspective, would be determined by the board on an as-needed basis through annual strategic planning for the remaining OCPs, or if that wasn't appropriate, if the board felt that having an established rotating schedule was better, I've just put an option here for consideration where if there's 3 OCPs left, we move to a 5-year rotation and deal with them that way. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay. Director Knodel, I see a hand from you. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir, and through the chair. I'm a little bit troubled by this. Definitely some issues do cut across areas, but they often have different effects on each area. So trying to standardize really isn't a fit there. We've got an awful lot of square pegs, basically nine square pegs, and we're going to try to hammer them into round holes, and that really rubs against the German in me, if you will. the housing study definitely lays out the intense differences in the areas and in how the needs are going to be provided. So creating a standard zoning bylaw program for the whole Okanagan would definitely create some problems. These are different times. Housing takes a different form in each area. Again, primarily agricultural to more ruralized area or urbanized areas. The differences are intense. So I'm having a bit of a problem accepting it as such. I do see that there are some similarities, but we're going to have a section that still shows the individuality of each area, or we're going to start having conflictual problems, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my question is for Chris. Because there's the regional growth strategy, most of your zoning is going to have to abide to what's in that strategy, correct?
Yes.
So when you're looking at your OCP, if you did an Okanagan Valley-wide OCP, you wouldn't be that far off from your regional growth strategy already. So you could do sections of the Okanagan OCP based on those areas' specific issues that would crop up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I think that would kind of solve some of like Rick's concern, is having those individual, regional things, right? Okay.
Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. And I think, and the question will be for Mr. Garish, I think that's kind of similar how we've got in our OCP, the designation between, for instance, Headley and Olalla and rural Karameas is segmented out differently in our OCP, though encompassed in one OCP. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The format of the current OCPs is the one we would use for a consolidated one. For the most part, the policies are consistent, but each OCP has what we call local area policy sections, and that would continue forward. And within those local areas, we would be able to deal with Kaleden versus Naramata versus Willowbrook versus Anarchist, and then have policies specific to each of those locations within the single OCP.
Okay, Director Weeb and then Director Holmes.
To the chair, just, I'm new to the table, but if I understand the motion, it's to simplify the review process, not make all those areas the same OCP. Is that correct? Like what you're proposing is you'd like to because a lot of it's the same, kind of see this as one work rather than multiple works over, what do you have there, 8 years or whatever of going over each individually? Is that, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly what the ask is.
Okay, go ahead. Chris?
Well, essentially the ask is to reduce from 6 Okanagan OCPs to 1 on the basis that would be a cost savings in terms of our consulting budget, not being earmarked for OCPs, but it would free up that money for other projects that the board has. And the board has a lot of projects that it's raised in the last year. And then that would also free up staff from having to do this continuous OCP review process. The document itself would be a single bylaw, obviously, for the area, but within it could contain the policy specific to each of the communities and speak to their particular concerns or needs.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Holmes?
Yeah, just in response to Director Knoll, I certainly invite him to take a look at Summerland's OCP. We're a pretty scattered community in terms of rural and urban mix, and we certainly take into account these different areas in our OCP. We have different neighborhood plans within the OCP. We have different development permit areas. For one for downtown, one for Lower Town, one for Trout Creek, and so all with their own, to maintain their own character, and so you can definitely take it into account, those differences within a single OCP, and then you everything else can be just unified. So
okay, go to Director Roberts, and then
I'd like to make the recommended a motion in regards to that from staff.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded, thank you. I see a hand still, Director Knodel, or Go ahead, Director Knodel.
If we have one OCP with 9 different distinctions in it, I'm having problems seeing the difference for having 9 OCPs that have a commonality in them. It just seems to be, one change for another that doesn't really change anything. So the argument kind of becomes a little moot if every area has its own designation inside a single OCP as opposed to the OCP with commonality in it. So I'm not seeing the benefit here. Something is missing in what I'm hearing.
Okay. Looking for, let's go, Director Federico.
Thank you to the chair. The OCP is the identity of our communities. I'm on our review committee for Naramata right now, and I know it's been a struggle. We have very strong and very passionate residents who have made this process a lot longer than it likely needs to be, but I think that speaks volumes to how much our residents care and want to have input in how our communities go, and the OCP is one of the only documents that allows them to do that. So I guess a question for Chris would be, you would still do public engagement and have an advisory group within each of those, within each of our electoral areas to have that input in how things go?
Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
So hypothetically, if a single OCP was in place, we would take direction from the board on that. So, the examples I gave is that if we had this OCP and the board directed us to do a Caledon zone review, then yes, we would probably have a commission or a committee to help us, or rely on the APC if that's the model that's in place at the time. And, also do the usual surveys, community feedback, et cetera, to get input on whatever it is that we've been asked to review in the context of the OCP. If it's not area specific, if it's more of a regional issue that we're dealing with, like updating climate action projections, or, the review of the environmentally sensitive development permit, if there's policies that come out of that, it would be a broader type of, I guess, community input, right? Cutting across electoral areas. So, it all depends on what we've been tasked by the board to do within relation to this OCP.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, we do have a motion on the floor. I will call the question on it. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Director Monteith and Director Knodel opposed. Motion carries. Last item on the agenda, if we can, we're a little behind here, but we do have time, I think, to make it up in the next one, if we don't take quite so long. Animal control and dog control request for proposals, CAO.
Well, we're a lot behind, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to propose that we defer this. We'll bring it back on December 1st.
Okay.
And if we can go into corporate services, we'll try and get a few of these done, and then we'll just move the rest of them because some of the corporate services issues are time sensitive. There's an urgency to them. So if we don't get them, we'll put them on the board
agenda. We can adjust
later. Yeah.
So we'll just delay this one till the next meeting, unless there's someone who's absolutely opposed to it. I'm going to do it by consensus and look for a motion to adjourn this meeting. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll go straight to Corporate Services Committee. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you again. Any opposed? Motion carries. CAO, down to Economic Trust of Southern Interior.
Yeah, so we are a member of the Economic Trust of the Southern Interior, and we've had members on this group before, although not formally appointed by the board. They've changed their appointment structure this year, and I think in the past they've invited all mayors to participate, and this year we got the letter saying they're only willing to accept 3 from each regional district that's a participant in the Economic Trust of the Southern Interior. So for the benefit of the committee then, this falls under the old CITIT Act. So it used to be called CITIT, and then they changed their mandate more or less, and they've changed their name, now called the Economic Trust of Southern Interior. Their legislation calls, they have a board of directors, but they also have 2 regional advisory committees, and I think they have 3 different committees or areas within ETSI. So, sorry, 2. One for the Thompson Kootenai, one for the Thompson Okanagan, one for the Kootenai. So we're of course more interested in the Thompson Okanagan one, and they have 2 regional advisory committees, and they're all elected officials. And the MLAs, and they have that in their act as to who actually sits on this. But the one covering the Thompson Okanagan, they're asking us to name 3 people to that committee, and then once they get the committees, they'll just elect. The committees will elect the people that go on their board. Okay. So what we're doing is we're making appointments to a regional advisory committee, and then further on down the road, they'll elect a board. And what basically what they do is they recommend projects for funding. And in the 2023 tranche, there were 18 applications from the Thompson Okanagan, and they have $468,000 that they've allocated for grants. For the Thompson Okanagan Regional Advisory Committee, so there's a terms of reference for it. There'd be 18 members, including the MLAs. Also, they have like 2 meetings a year, I think they said in their slide deck. One of them, they need our answer by December 1st because they have a workshop for their new members shortly after that. So that's why we have to make our appointments today. And one of the recommendations in the report is that we move this on to the board agenda later on today from committee this morning. Now, I think unless there's questions, that may be about as much who had said on this can give you more information, but I think that a member would need to know in order to determine whether they wanted to put their name forward for this. We had 4 mayors from our 6 members submit their interest. And of course, the other opportunity is for the chair of the regional district to be appointed as well. So it can be either a mayor or a chair. That's the ETSI proposal. And what we're recommending, Mr. Chair, is that you determine which 3 sort of out of those, unless there are other mayors that are interested that just didn't get their name in or that weren't interested. But I think we have Osoyoos, Oliver, Penticton, and Summerland. We didn't get any interest from the Similkameen. So those are the 4 that we are aware of that are interested in sitting, Mr. Chair. But we weren't going to pick. You're going to have to figure that out yourself.
Okay, I'll go to Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much. So I have been a member of ETSI for the last 4 years. It was called CITID. It was changed dramatically. Now there are only not loans given out anymore, because that was a big part of it. It was very difficult. There are only grants given out now. So the past RAC in the Thompson Okanagan included all the mayors. Automatically you were on that, plus MLAs, so there was 41. It has now been condensed carefully down to 18. So the 18 members will then choose, 3 from regional district and so on to make up the 18. And from those, there will be 4 chosen to be on the board. Now, I was one of 4 mayors in the last 2 years that was on the board of ETSI-BC, pictures in there, and the 3 of them are no longer. 2 of them did not get elected, 1 retired, and so I'm the only one that is an elected member right now. So that's why I put my name on it, because I think there needs to be some continuity. Several others from the Kootenay, the Kootenay boundary and over there, there's 3 of them that did not get elected either. So they're kind of hoping that there will be some members that will be continued, but it's 18 that will then decide which 4 will go on the board. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the 4 names are there. I guess we can discuss that under our expressions of interest later. That's where we're at. We should move on. Unless someone of the 4 wanted to not take part, or the board's going to have to make a decision. So I'm seeing no other hands. Go ahead.
Just a question on that. Is it a 4-year appointment, or is there opportunity for mayors to rotate through that committee?
CAO, can you answer that?
I'm assuming it's for the term, Mr. Chair. They didn't mention anything about reappointments.
Rotating, yeah.
I assume if a member vacated their position, then you'd have to reappoint
someone.
But otherwise, no.
Okay. Seeing no hands. Oh, go ahead, Director Taylor.
Can I just clarify, from what I saw, the listing I saw, it was only mayors that were put forward?
At the moment, there was 4 mayors that had put forward, yes. And
I'm just suggesting that, from my perspective, my community has applied for and received an ETSI grant. So I don't know the opportunity cost of what I'm suggesting, but I would see some value of having our RDOS board chair, who is somewhat understanding of the more rural communities that still apply for ETSI. So I'm just throwing that out there as a point.
Okay. Just for information, the chair did sit on these committees as well. It wasn't all mayors in the past. It was mayors and chairs. So go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Thank you, Chair. The other thing is that over in the Kootenays, several of the members are not mayors. They are councillors or members of a regional district board. So it's 2 different ways of doing it right now. But certainly it could be adjusted. Mayors first, if you do not get a mayor, if you didn't have enough mayors that wanted to belong to this, then it would go to members, other members in that are elected.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no decision being made here, we'll move on. Incorporation study, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So Area D has undergone a number of governance reviews over the last few years. And in the previous term, in 2018, following a governance review, Area D was split into 2, hence our new Area I. And we had Area D and Area I. In November of 2020, we received a letter from the Okanagan Falls Community Association requesting that we advocate with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to conduct another review, but this time an incorporation review. And the ministry agreed with that, and right at the end of 2020, they indicated their support and that we should form a service and boundary review committee, trying to identify where the incorporation within Area D could occur. And they developed the terms of reference in conjunction with the area director and staff, and we appointed members, and throughout 2021 and 2022, the committee met, did a lot of consultation, and in June of 2021, I'll just say Nielsen Strategies and Left Side Partners were contracted to facilitate the incorporation review. And this is just a first phase of a study. Once you get the services identified and the boundary configuration, then a next step would be to undertake the business case, really, for incorporation based on the geographic area chosen. We received our report from the committee back in June of 2022, and the board adopted the recommendation that the committee had made for the geographic area, which was most of Area D, not Upper Carmi, but I think basically around the rest of it. And we sent that into the ministry, and we have since had a response from the ministry saying, thanks, we'd like the 2022 to 2026 Board of Directors to just confirm that they support moving forward with the second phase of the study. And secondly, they wanted to just discuss the geographic recommendation that was submitted prior to determining whether they would fund phase two. So that then is the ask, Mr. Chair, is that first of all, we should send something forward this afternoon saying that the board confirms their intent to proceed with the incorporation study, and then secondly, authorize the chair and the electoral area director to enter into discussions with the ministry to just review the boundary recommendation.
I'm forgetting the mic. Director Taylor, are you prepared to make that motion, or do you have?
Certainly prepared to make the first motion now if I'm not cutting off discussion, and if anybody wants to have.
It's easier to discuss once there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for the correction. Novice.
No, that's fine.
I would move the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen confirms their interest in moving forward with governance options for electoral area D.
Okay, so you're breaking it up. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Don't seeing any hands. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And to the second part?
I'd move the second motion as well, that the chair and electoral area D director be authorized to enter into discussions with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs on proposed boundaries for the study area.
Okay, moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll call question. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Again, motion carries. All of our Parks and Rec appointments, CAO.
We've had a expression of interest from the town of Oliver and the electoral area C to dissolve the Oliver Parks and Recreation Society and enter into a management agreement for the Oliver Recreation, the 5 services that we provide through OPERS to the town and Area C now. So in order to do that, typically the 4 members that we've appointed to the society would make a recommendation back to the board on that. I believe right now it's going to the board of directors, and once the members receive that, then they can make the recommendation onto the board. When we applied for incorporate, the regional district and the town of Oliver are the applicants for incorporation of the society. So right now, the members of the society, the regional district appoints two, which are the director for electoral area C and the alternate, and the members for the town are the mayor, are the mayor of Oliver and the alternate. So we haven't appointed, we're a bit lax in that, we've been reappointing members to the board of directors, but we haven't changed the members of our, the members of the society ourselves. So what we need to do, Mr. Chair, so that they can then address this recommendation that's going to come from the board of directors, is to appoint the electoral area C director and the alternate as our members. We've received a note from Oliver saying that they have nominated the mayor and the alternate, Councillor Ventimiglia. And then once that society membership is formed, Mr. Chair, then they can proceed with the process of dissolving the society. So that is our recommendation, is that we appoint those members.
Okay. Someone prepared to make that motion? Moved? Seconder? Thank you. Any discussion on this? It's fairly straightforward, and we'll be hearing about it in the future, I'm sure. I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And the last one, expressions of interest.
So I'll turn this over to Ms. Malden, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So you all would have received some emails from me in the last couple of weeks, just advising about the process for those who are new to the board, about expressing interest in chairing or vice chairing select committees at the board and sitting on those external agencies such as Okanagan Basin Water Board, Sterile Insect Release, and Regional Library. So I did get a fair bit of feedback. I didn't hear from everybody. I did try to reach out again just to make sure that everybody did receive this, because this is part of the transition during appointment of municipal members. So I compiled the document, sent it out yesterday, and there are a few vacancies left in here. So the policy indicates that we bring it forward to community or to corporate services for further discussion, and then typically we bring it forward to the board that afternoon for ratification, and then those chairs of committees take their role at the next board meeting, which would be December 1st. And we begin notifying all of those external agencies of the appointments. For anybody who is being appointed to external agencies, often there is orientation on their part and paperwork to get signed up. So we like to get that underway as soon as possible so that nobody misses any orientation. So the report I sent out yesterday did contain the most up-to-date information that I had on expressions of interest for these.
Okay. So there was a few vacancies, if I recall, and we should probably get them filled at some point, but there is enough people on there at the moment that we can at least get started. We do have too many, though, on the ETSI or ETSI, however you want to pronounce it, one. So we do need to make a decision there as to which 3 of those 4 are going on to that committee or what's going to happen there. Director Gettens?
Just to confirm, you're not going to put your name on? For the ETSI?
I would be willing to, but I personally am kind of comfortable with the folks that are on there.
Okay.
I think they're looking at it from a regional perspective as well. It's
Thanks.
always been that way. Director McCorduff?
Thank you. One more thing. CAO Newell had incorrectly that there are 4 meetings a year for ETSI-BC. At this point, 2 of them are in person. The last one was in Osoyoos. That's a 2-day event. And there was one in Revelstoke, and 2 of them are on Zoom. So there are 4 every 3 months. Thanks.
Okay. So are we comfortable with what we've got there to send it to the board this afternoon? Not seeing many hands. Director Roberts.
I was willing to put my name forward for the support alternate for sterile insect release, if that's still vacant.
I believe it is. She's making a note of that, unless there's someone else just with a burning desire to take that one on. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'd be willing to sit as an alternate if there's still a vacancy on the Okanagan Basin Water Board.
Okay. That one was vacant. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Just as far as the Etsy thing, I don't see why we can't make a decision before it goes to the board. So we have 3 members at that point.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone
should.
is interested in pulling their name off there. I know I am not. I was appointed by council, and I really think the board needs to make a decision on who goes. I don't know how the board does that, whether you put names in a hat and draw them out. It's going to be hard to pick between people here. And I know I don't have a big speech, and I probably don't. I imagine nobody else has a big speech of why they should be on this on Etsy. So I'm not sure the process, but I think we should be able to make a decision before this goes to the board.
I agree we should. I think all the other vacancies are filled now, if I'm not mistaken. But
No.
we're running away. Well, go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, are we able to do like the voting like we did last time so that we can get this done? Is that possible?
Well, I'm not sure we should, it's not quite like electing a chair and vice chair of the regional district, but I think we're going to have 4 names and vote on them in some fashion, yes. Go ahead, Director Wiebe, and then Gettens.
So to the chair, just can we bring a motion to have everything but Etsy, or do we need to have it all at one time? Because I'd be comfortable making the motion for all the things that we have done, that we can motion that and get that finished, and then have a separate Etsy vote, if that would be proper procedure.
Is there a time frame on how fast the Etsy needs to be made? A decision?
Like literally right after we do this part, but
Well, we're already running into regular board meeting time here, so it's going to have to be done quickly or at the board meeting. CAO?
Yeah, so if a member requests that a motion be separated, Mr. Chair, then it's
Yes.
separated. So if Director Wiebe is recommending that we separate the two, like the slate, and then separately Etsy, we should do that.
Yeah, that's not a problem. We can do that. It will be done. So let's move on to the main group of recommendations to forward that to the board this afternoon. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Oh, quick question, go ahead.
Sorry, I might have missed it, but isn't there one more vacancy in community services, vice chair vacant?
Someone, there could be, and we can fill that this afternoon if someone wants to step up to that one. Any opposed to that moving forward? Seeing none, it's moving. So the Etsy, we've got 4 members. Does someone want to make a motion for 3 specifically? I don't think we quite need to go there. I think all of them are capable candidates, but Director Gettens.
Yeah, thanks. Can we just put names in a hat and pull the names out of the hat and just get it done?
Is that fair to the board? Let's do something like that quickly. How?
I'm okay with that.
Just using my shiny moment. I left mine in the car.
Yeah, once you know it, no hats when we need them, eh? Quickly. Can we just recess this and do that partways through the regular board meeting so we can move on? Would that be?
Yeah, we can do it at as a corollary motion after we appoint the rest of the committees.
Okay. Is that comfortable to everybody here? Since it's just a pull out of the hat, we'll know who's where and make it.
I have one point to make. It is not Etsy, it's Etsy BC. Etsy is a bed, so you cannot call it that.
Okay. Point well taken. So looking for a motion, well, to adjourn, I guess. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Straight into the regular board meeting. Or do we?
Sorry, we had programmed a break in here until 11, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well then we got a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Take a break. Perfect. everybody can have a chance to fill their coffees or grab a snack. Yeah. Is that what was the delay this morning? You had
If you're falling asleep?
Yes. Well, they had to.
Is there anybody outside there, Bill, that you could just wave in? We'll get started. Are we ready to go, Danny? Thumbs up? Okay, folks, back to our chairs. We'll get started.
She used to be on our committee. I have gone for a tour with OCC, and I do correspond with her every now and then, but not as much as I did when 4 years ago. Yeah.
Looks like a reasonably short agenda today, so it shouldn't take too long. I'll call the Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen regular board meeting to order. We have a proposed agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to adopt. Come, that's. Yep. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to consent agenda, development services. Looking for a motion on that one to adopt. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Perfect. Motion, or any opposed? Motion carries. Down to development services. Down B1, the Agricultural Land Commission referral, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have a restrictive covenant that's being placed against the title of a parcel at 409 Antonic Way in electoral area H. It's actually a covenant by the Agricultural Land Commission, and in order to get it discharged, they need our permission in order to send it forward to the Agricultural Land Commission. So we are recommending that the board authorize that to go forward, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Coyne.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Don't think I'm missing any hands. I'll call the question. This is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to B2, development variance in electoral area A, CAO.
We've got an application for a development variance permit, Mr. Chair. This is to vary the front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 4.27 meters with an interest in putting a swimming pool in the front yard. And we're recommending this be denied, Mr. Chair, just because typically swimming pools don't fit well within front yards. They require high fences, and it compromises the neighborhood feel. So we're recommending that it be denied.
Okay. I would ask someone to move this motion for me. I tend to agree with that. Moved. Seconder, thank you. Generally, when we have a motion to deny, we ask if the applicant is available to address the board. I cannot see anybody on the participants list. Do you see anybody on there, Danny, that would want to, if they could raise their hand, if the applicant, oh, there's someone. You can speak now. Go ahead if you want to make a brief outline to the board.
Hi, I have to apologize. My name is Martine Salaberry and my speakers weren't working, so I missed the first couple seconds. I'm here for the temporary use permit application, which was on the consent agenda, and I'm not sure I know what's getting moved off the consent agenda.
Nothing was removed. Everything on the consent agenda was approved. You're okay there.
Okay, so sorry for interrupting. Sorry about my technical difficulties, and thanks very much. Bye-bye.
No problem. So anybody who is in relation to the development variance in electoral area A, if you are online, please raise your hand and let us know. I would just ask, were they notified of the meeting? I'm sure they probably were and chose not to attend. So I think we'll just go ahead with it and call the question, or is there any discussion on this first? I should ask. Not seeing any hands. This is a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, and this is to deny. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to finance. Bylaws 2987 in electoral area A, the gas tax. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Director of Electoral Area A wants to make a donation of $71,100 towards the replacement of the chiller at the Sun Bowl Arena in partnership with the town, who is also contributing a significant amount of money. So we're recommending, because this is statutory reserve, we have to remove funds by bylaw. So we're recommending that this bylaw be given first, second, and third reading, Mr. Chair, and be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving that for me, thank you. Seconded, perfect. Any discussion on this? Seeing no discussion, again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C2, support for the fire departments, CAO.
We had a recommendation from our Fire Chiefs Association prior to the election, Mr. Chair, to submit applications for the CEPF grant for fire departments. And the wording that we had in the resolution wasn't broad enough. We didn't have that statement where we said that the regional district will be provide overall grant management. So they sent it back to us. They've extended the deadline to allow us to resubmit, but we need a correct motion.
No worries. Someone prepared to make that? Moving it? Seconded? Perfect. So this just allows us to send it back in?
It does.
And moving it forward. This would be a corporate vote, but I will ask, is there any discussion on it first? Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Again, the motion carries. Down to D1, Legislative Services, election results, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn this over to our Chief Election Officer to provide a report.
Go ahead, Ms. Malden.
Thanks, Chair. So we attached, of course, the 2022 results in this report that is included in the agenda. Just wanted to note a few things here. Mail ballots were down significantly for us this year, which I found quite unusual because mail ballot, the requirements for individuals to cast a ballot via mail ballot opened wide up. It used to be somewhat restrictive. This time the legislation changed and it was opened quite wide. We had less, which is unfortunate, but I note that all over the province there was an indication that the polls were slower, quite a bit slower than 2018. Ours were not. Ours were just about the same, and in some areas they were more. So that was quite interesting. Our polling stations, we had 6 of them, actually were quite busy just about all the time. So that was that was great to see. I was happy to see all those people turn out to vote. We have been playing around the last 2 election cycles with roving polls. That is polling stations which stay for a period of time in certain areas of an electoral area. We recognize that some of those more rural areas may be challenged in getting to the local municipality or the area where we have a regular 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. polling station set up. So we do roving ones. And in 2018, we did it in Area F. We went out to, I believe, rural Summerland. We went to Red Wing, and we were going to go to VIB, but we had some challenges with setting up that polling station. So this year we went into rural Area H. We went to the Eris Fire Hall, and we went to the Tulameen Fire Hall. And we sent 2 bodies out there. We expected it to be very quiet, and it was not. We were thrilled with the number of people who showed up to support polling stations in their communities. Therefore, at the next election, we'll recommend that we staff up more appropriately and do more of these rural polling stations. When people turn out like that, it means that perhaps they may not have made it to the larger one, and that's encouraging to us, and it's well worth it to do so. So those numbers are included in the report here, and I will just leave it at that, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Malden? Not seeing any. I would just say thank you for all your efforts and staff's efforts on that. It can be a long, challenging time during those elections, but you guys managed well, so appreciate that.
I'll share that with them. Thank you.
Seeing no hands, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda under Legislative Services is D2 for Dog Control Amendment Bylaw, CAO.
We promulgated the consolidated noise bylaw during the last term, Mr. Chair, and one of the outcomes of that is that we determined not to include barking dogs in the noise control bylaw, but that we would include it with the animal control bylaw. So this then is the bylaw that's coming forward to make the amendments to the dog control bylaw to accommodate that. And that is a participant vote. So everybody except electoral area H would, in the rural areas, would vote for that. And then we also then need to change our bylaw, notice enforcement bylaw, to change the fine structure to accommodate that as well. So both, we're recommending first, second, third, and adoption on both of those bylaws, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking for direction from the board on this. I see hands from Director Knodel. Go ahead. Or were you moving it?
No, I wanted to speak to it. Through the chair, I'd like to see at least the data collected with the decibel meters so we have an idea of what's going on here. You know, we don't have to apply it through the noise bylaw, but I'd like to know the conditions of using, especially in the more rural areas where it could become problematic. Thank you.
Okay, Director Bush.
Yeah, 2 things. We didn't get to discuss this at committee meeting. The other thing is, I believe Area G, and I would like to just keep the dog control bylaw that we have. We don't want to add this to ours. We already have barking dogs included. It's just not under this strict, wherever the noise level and the time and all that. We don't want that. Is there any way we can just omit the Smokemean Valley?
How would that work, CAO?
So 2 separate issues. The one that we were going to discuss under committee this morning, that was really just the contract. Our contract for dog enforcement expires at the end of December this year. So that was informing committee about just going back out for proposals. This is a change to how we enforce under the bylaw. So it's a separate matter. And on that, we should have Mr. Petrie answer those questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I believe, or I would think he's maybe online.
Is he still in his office, Danny? I hope so.
I can bring him on.
Okay, Mr. Petrie, if you're on, please. There was a question.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll try and address that to clarify this a bit. Barking dogs were previously dealt with under the noise bylaw. So the concerns, I believe, of Director Bush and Roberts was that they did not have the noise bylaw in their area, therefore there was no fines being issued for barking dogs. That being said, the dog control bylaw actually has the definition. So to try and answer Director Knodl's question there, it has the definition of what constitutes a barking dog, and it's been in there since the adoption of that bylaw. And just to read it out, it means barking excessively means any barking, howling, yelping, or crying for 15 minutes in any given hour that unduly disturb the peace, quiet, rest, comfort, or tranquility of the surrounding neighborhood or of persons in the vicinity. So of course, this is a complaint-driven process, and that does give us some judgment versus just having a decibel reading. Like our bylaw animal control officers could use some judgment in assessing this. We try to work with the homeowners. We just wouldn't go out and start finding people for no reason. We'd come up with a policy to address that appropriately, and that would be our last line of defense. Of course, we're trying to work for voluntary compliance under the board's policy for bylaw enforcement.
Okay, I think that they had asked if B and G could be exempted, and is that possible in this or not?
That would be oh, sorry. I'll take that, Mark. Thanks. That would be a separate process, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the participants in the service would have to agree to that.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to move that we investigate the removal of the electoral area from the service, we could bring that forward under a separate issue.
I think they wanted the service, just not the barking dog change was all. But go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. As stated before, the change that's happened to everybody else that has a noise bylaw is that they're taking that particular component out, adding those specifics to it, and adding it to the Dog Control Act. And looking at what we had before, we have under the one that was written in 2017, stated in regards to excessive barking. It was already under a nuisance dog. And in area B and G, we were no longer, or we're not a part of a noise bylaw, which we find quite problematic with bylaw in our direction anyways, as well as a large amount of our small holdings and large holdings with multiple animals. The differential between a rural setting versus a townhouse is quite understandable, and we like the flexibility that we already have. And because this was initiated in regards to clarifying and taking it out of the noise bylaw, which we weren't a part of, we were just seeing, we would like to be separate and just keep it as the same written statements as was article in 2017. And that would be area B and G.
Okay, CAO?
I believe Mr. Petrie said that is already in the dog control bylaw. That clause that he read out was the enforcement section of the dog control bylaw. So that hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's the only thing being added is the ability to fine someone for that is really the only change. Any further discussion on this or a direction from the board? Director Bush?
Yes, so we still don't want that. So how do we get out of it?
Well, CAO.
Well, you can't get out of the service. So if we pass the amendment to the bylaw, then it would apply to those participants. Director Bush could make an amendment to the bylaw to remove reference to the barking dogs out of the bylaw.
We have reference already to barking dogs. We just don't need the time limit and stuff like that in a rural area. It just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't work for us in a rural community.
Those were already in there. The only change is going to be the fine for that infraction if it's called on.
Exactly, and we don't want that.
So you don't want the fine.
No.
Okay. Did I see a hand over here? Oh, Director Roberts. And
Thank you to the chair. When I went through the bylaw, all we had in regards to the original one was tied to it says excessive barking, and it didn't, and it was under the, different definitions as well. And I never saw the timeline. I only saw the timeline as it related to the new one coming over from the noise bylaw. Could be my mistake, but I was discussing that with Mr. Petrie. Because again, as Director Bush is stating, especially when you have a predominantly of small holdings and large holdings, and like if the coyotes start up that end of the valley, then it's our friends that have the hunting hounds, they're next, and then it's the pit bulls from 3 farms down over there, and then my labs start up, and then that goes. And if we're and we look at timelines and that, I find a real challenge. I understand in a townhouse, I really understand in tight confines of residential. I would like to see a little bit more discussion around what it looks like in regards to small and large holdings, the difference in regards to a rural environment where most of us use our animals or uses our early warning. My little dogs go off as soon as you're stepping up. The big dogs head off as soon as they see the vehicle. And it states it's within 15 minutes within an hour. If that calms down after Purilator's turned up and the guy comes up to check up my my meter for Fortis, there goes my 15 minutes. And again, it's part of an expected. If we hear it, it's because we got a raccoon treat above our chickens, or we got a coyote in the hen house, and those are things that we depend on. But I do understand in regards to the confines in a residential area. So I'm challenged. I don't think it really fits in regards to the kind of lifestyle that we live. And I think it needs to be looked at further in regards to how we deal with designations and land use first.
okay, I would suggest then that maybe this needs to come back to a committee meeting for further discussion. So it might be an option to refer it at some point, but I'm going to go to Director Knodel. He's got a hand up right now.
Be happy to make a motion to refer it back to committee.
Moved and seconded. All right. Any discussion? Well, there's no discussion on referral, so I will just call the question on that. It's going back to committee at the referral. All in favor? Move. Okay, perfect. Any opposed? Motion carries. Appointments to commissions and external agencies. Maybe before we go into that, we should continue that choice. I think there's names in a hat now for ETCBC.
So this would be the recommendation that committee did move this morning, Mr. Chair, for the
Okay.
rest of it. And
So
then we
we'll
could
deal
do
with that
ETC.
first, and then we'll do ETC, BC.
Yes.
Okay. Someone ready to move the first one? Before we do, I think there was one that was vacant, and that was the Community Services Vice Chair. I was thinking that Director Conans was maybe volunteering for that position since she raised the question. So there we go. Thank you for that. Yeah. So with that addition and completion, I will accept the motion to take those, and it's moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now down to ETCBC. We have 4 names in a hat, and I think it was suggested by Director Gettens, so maybe she can draw the names if the board is okay with that, and then we will.
I'm not making any suggestions. You're elected.
Then
Are we drawing
the 3 that are in. Let's draw 3 names that are in. Just so it.
Director Bluefield. Director McCordock.
Okay. 3 names drawn.
That was a tough campaign.
Yeah, a tough campaign, right. So we would need a motion to appoint those 3 to at CBC. Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. No items removed from consent, so down to CAO, verbal reports. Anything there, CAO?
Just a couple, Mr. Chair. I just want to recognize that we are recognizing the 1-year anniversary of the atmospheric river from 2021. Certainly still lots of work to do, and we sympathize with Princeton and all the other residents that suffered damage in our electoral areas in the Similkameen that went through that. And hopefully no reoccurrence. Certainly the flood warnings that we're getting are positive for this year still. So hopefully we get through the rest of the year, even though that's a short period without any sort of a catastrophic event. Just wanted to thank everybody for their attendance last week at the legislative workshop and for your patience in working with us through the inaugural meetings for the regional district and the hospital district boards of directors. Want to congratulate you again all for either your acclamations, elections, or appointments, and I look forward to a really good 2022 to 2026 term. We do have another one coming up, and that is next week on the 23rd, 24th. We have Gord McIntosh coming in. He's going to deliver a module that he's developed called What's Black and White and Gray All Over. And it's really about governance and role definition. So Gord will work through that with all the participants to determine a governance protocol, identifying the sort of the high level aspects of municipal and regional government and who should be doing what and how then that is carried out. So it should be interesting. I know that Gord has been in and around the area already doing some strategic planning with some member municipalities, and he always does a good job of getting everybody involved and getting the information out. So looking forward to that. Hope everybody can attend. Your CAOs and your alternates have all been invited. You're certainly welcome to bring council members if they would be interested in attending as well. And that is going to be at the Trade and Convention Center in Penticton, starting around 5 o'clock in the evening on Wednesday, and then journeying on Thursday, probably at 3:30 or so. We won't keep you longer than that. We did have a break-in at the corporate office early Monday morning. So when we came in for work on Monday morning, we had an incursion through the door in the lunchroom where it was just a smash and grab. Somebody came through the bottom of the glass door and went around, collected some computers and other easily portable materials. So we're just checking with our alarm company right now. It didn't activate the alarm, so we're checking on that. And then also we're getting our inventory of materials lost, and we'll get those into our insurer, and we'll just go on from there. But it probably occurred somewhere between 2 and 4 on Monday morning, and we had the RCMP respond quickly as soon as we called them. They did their fingerprinting and other testing with the forensic unit, so hopefully they can catch those individuals that were involved. Okay. Now, we do, because we had an early day today, we did program in to start our budget discussions this afternoon, so I hope the board's comfortable with that. The idea is to get the introductory slides that Mr. Safino will do out of the way, and then tomorrow we'll get into the review of the regional grant policy and the recipients. I think we have 9 or 10 that have the applicants, not the recipients. We'll determine that. So that'll be tomorrow, and then also program changes and capital budget tomorrow as far as we can get. So that is the intent, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think Director Roberts had a question, or?
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Would that type of smash and grab, like if we had like bars on the doors that are more difficult to see from the main road, is that something that would stop that in the future?
Go ahead.
We have an administrative task force, right? When you have a problem, create a committee. That's what bureaucrats do. So we are looking into that and the various options to improve security within the building. And we're also trying to find out why our alarm service didn't pick that up. It should have. We have motion detectors all through the building, and it just, for some reason, didn't call our dispatch.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Graham.
I would just add, I would suggest an intrusion be added to the alarm. I don't know what kind of alarm system you have. And also 3M film is what most businesses will put on the inside and outside of their windows. It's more cost efficient, a little less aggressive as a business owner. You know, I don't want customers seeing bars, but we have 3M film over our windows. But the intrusion part of your alarm system is more important than motion sensors. So,
okay, thank you.
Good to know. Moving on in the agenda, other business, chair's report. At this stage of the game and this early on, there's not much I can report on other than what the chair said, or the CAO said, is in terms of our next week's meetings and stuff. Hope everybody can attend those. They are important. Down to director's motions. Quick on the hand there, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I'd like to make a motion that the RDOS board review the director remuneration policy and to bring it back to pre-COVID policies.
Okay. There's a mover for that. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Discussion on this. Or actually, this would be a notice of motion, correct?
It would be a notice, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
but also, I didn't quite catch the second part. Did you say like pre-COVID?
Yeah.
What was that about?
I think we made some changes to the remuneration policy in regards to how and when people were able to do remote and whatnot.
Okay, very good.
So there would be a review in regards to that. So notice of motion, it's coming next meeting, more than likely then, be on the next agenda. I see a hand there from Director Bush. You have a notice of motion?
No, I just, because I have COVID today, I don't know what this pre-COVID is.
Okay. You're still getting it, you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it will come to the board the next meeting, and I would suspect Director Monteith should maybe have a quick discussion with staff as to what she was specifically referring to, so that the questions are answered, or the staff report indicates where we're going, and then the board has a chance to look at it at the next agenda. Any other director's motions? That was quick. Usually we don't get director's motions so quickly until people have gotten into this a ways. Seeing none, board members' verbal updates. So if you have anything that you wanted to report from your community or anything like that, this would be the time to do so. Just raise your hand. Usually it's a special event or some special accomplishment. Director Monteith?
To the chair, Caledon is hosting its annual Progressive Market this Saturday. So there's a map online of all these home-based businesses that have kind of gathered together, and they're all selling their wares. There's everything from pottery to wineries are open for tasting, lots of good treats. It's going to be a great event. It is probably our community's biggest event, and it is very, very busy and very well attended. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. And Summerland's biggest event of the year is coming up. Light Up is back the way it was pre-COVID, and so it'll be a big bash. And so hopefully everybody is able to attend. I'll be flicking the switch at 7 p.m. to light up the streets, and it starts at 5 though the activities. So. Oh, sorry, didn't I say that? I thought you would just know, Spencer. Friday, November 25th.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Cole.
We have ours the next day. Because everybody goes to yours. That's all.
Director McCorduff?
Thank you. And we have Christmas light up as well, but it's on December the 2nd and 3rd. Big event this year. The parade's back. We're even having a big bonfire put on by the fire department down at Gyro Park. So great event for 2 days.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Weeb.
And beautiful thing about text messages, Director Roberts can let me know what he was trying to get me to talk about. We also have a light up parade and evening and event at the rec center. I think this year they're planning again to do, what do they call it? Turkey curling?
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, and that'll be, I believe it's December 3rd.
Okay,
So
good.
I haven't
Good to know.
actually curled a turkey, but it sounds like fun.
That sounds interesting. Director Bloomfield, go ahead.
I think I might have to go to Karamis to check out that. I'm looking for a turkey as well, so I might just snuck off with one of the rocks there, you know. But actually, I think where Penticton is once again ahead of everybody else because our light up is on Saturday and 6:30 at Gyro Park. So yeah, everybody's welcome, and yeah, it's going to be great.
Okay.
Back to pre-COVID fun and games.
All right, thank you for that, Director Fedrigo.
Narromata Slow has their annual night markets on November 25th and December 2nd.
Okay. Don't think I missed any hands. Good to hear. Everybody's getting back in the swing of things. That ends the agenda. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Adjourn. Moved. Seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? We are done. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and attendance. We've got, when do we start the presentation from Mr. Safino?
We're scheduled for 1, but we can start as soon as you want.
What time are we here now?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I'm not waiting till 1, so we better start ASAP.
Do you want to start at noon?
Can we, yeah, that's, is there lunch here? Okay, let's break for lunch and then start shortly after that.
We'll track down Mr. Savino then. Yeah, so we will have to open the Corporate Services Committee.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I shall.
because I mean, eventually, maybe not today, but we will be making decisions out of this forum. Yeah.
Okay, so we will make this a working lunch and get started here. So we'll open the Corporate Services Committee again. I don't know whether we need to adopt an agenda, because the agenda is just Mr. Safino and staff in
The
regards to
agenda
budget.
is evolving as we go.
Yeah. So there we have it. Can I just turn it over to you to get us started?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And again, thanks for your patience. We do operate on a fairly short timeline with regards to our budget process. As I mentioned at the legislative workshop, we have our regulatory requirement to file our budget with the province by the end of March, whereas incorporated communities have till the end of April. And the reason for that is because we're not a taxing authority. Our collection mechanisms are either through the province or through the member municipalities. And we have to give them the opportunity to work that into their tax requisitions. So we never really know how long budget is going to take, the budget discussions. We would like to get first reading of the budget bylaw into the board early in January, if not the first meeting, then certainly the second one, because there is, again, a regulatory requirement to go for consultation. And we go around the electoral areas and the member municipalities and take feedback on the proposals. And then it has to come back into the board and whatever amendments we want to make internally. And then we have to get that all set so that we can give second and third reading and adoption prior to, we'd like to get it done by the first week in March so that we just aren't pushing any deadlines. So there's the time constraint. Our finance department has been working diligently on this for probably 6 months. So if you ask Mr. Safino if he's ready to go, I will guarantee you he is ready to go. So we'll just turn it over to him, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jim Safino. I'm Manager Finance for the Regional District. My experience is 32 years with the City of Penticton Finance Department, 12 years with the, it was district, now it's the City of West Kelowna. And if you add the previous 2 years, 14 years ago, it's 5 years with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. I'd like to introduce you to Candace Woods. She's my, she works in finance, and she's going to be my right-hand lady today and tomorrow. She's awesome, and I think she's going to be a great help to me. So with that, I just like to start off with the 2023 to 2027 budget. You see a pile of paper in front of me, and I just want to do this as a visual because you've got a lot of not paper, but you've got a lot of digital information in front of you. It looks daunting, but it actually isn't. It's 1,074 pages of schedules, but it's 400 pages only of your budget. And by that, I mean, this is the actual budget. The rest of it, I took this budget and distributed it by participating member. So if anything from F1 through F16, it would be specific to your area. So for instance, F1 is just Penticton. So this is, I took everything out here that affects Penticton and I put it into a schedule. Schedule G is something that's been contentious since I've started here anyway, and that's the administration charge. So I talk about the changes in administration, the philosophy and the policy that the board adopted is still the same. It just changes, percentages changes from year to year because the expenses changes from year to year. This is a draft budget. It's your budget as of today, which means any changes made that subsequent to what I see here, I need your permission to change it. And from between now and first reading, I guarantee that there will be changes because some of you have already approached me. And and asked for changes. One of the things that I do ask is for the changes that you talk to the manager that's responsible for the specific project or service that affects your change. And then, because there might be a reason that they put the money in there, or they put it requires that service level. So if you can do that, or if you ask them to join the meeting with me, so that there's no surprises. So that's just something that I think is just something regional districts just need to do. There's 9 different departments here, and there's, as you will see in the presentation, there is 162 services that all of you have to manage. So with that, I would like to start the pre-budget committee workshop. I didn't know what else to call it because tomorrow is the actual workshop. All I need to know is which button. Oop. So one of the things that I just wanted to talk about at first is, what is a regional district? Some of you may not have the experience of what a regional district is, and I thought I'd just start off with that. The CEO last week did mention about 162 municipalities and 27 regional districts are within British Columbia. It's a unique government that is no other place in British Columbia has it. Both municipalities and regional districts are governed by the Community Charter and Local Government Act. So I like to call local governments actually a department of the province, because essentially whatever they put into the Community Charter and Local Government Act, we have to do. There's areas and items in the Community Charter and Local Government Act that regional districts don't have to do, that municipalities have to, and vice versa. So there's a couple of things that regional districts, I think one specific area is a revenue policy. That's something that municipalities by law have to do. We don't, but that's something that I would like to be bringing to the board to actually ask approval for us to actually have one. It can't be exactly the same because municipalities have more power, so we can't actually put the whole revenue, like comparing the city of Penticton, which I helped do in West Kelowna a number of years ago. There's things in there that they have to put in that we don't, and it benefits them and it wouldn't benefit us. Before I go any further, if you have any questions, just let me know if I don't see you. Candace could point it out and we could stop. Okay, so continuing on for regional districts, each regional district has been formed by the Lieutenant Governor through a letters patent, same as municipalities. The letters patent pretty well dictates what the geographic area and the powers that are associated with the local government. In the only difference for the powers is municipalities have the power through councils and regional districts through the board of directors, you. So Danny, thank you. So the 3 main basic roles for regional districts are they provide regional-wide services. So a regional park, that's something that benefits individuals, taxpayers, clients. If I say the word clients, it's synonymous with the taxpayer. I don't consider a taxpayer a person with an unlimited wallet. So I call them clients so that it's similar as a business. So the clients actually benefit with the regional parks because that is something that everyone pays into, and it's based on the assessment of what they pay into. We as a regional district also provide inter-municipal and sub-regional services, such as recreation facilities, where residents of a municipality or resident in areas outside the municipality benefit the service. And finally, act as a general local government. One of the things that I started 16 years ago is I called this building, the electoral areas, City Hall. Essentially, this is where they go for help for government issues. There's, as you may know, there are 9 electoral areas represented in here with 9 directors and the 6 municipalities which combined for an 11 directors. So parliamentary procedures would dictate that each member would bring the local perspective but think on a regional wide basis. Danny? Sudden? No. Okay. Taxation. So the next part, regional districts are not a taxing authority, as the CEO stated. We cannot tax directly. We have to tax through the provincial government. So the surveyor taxes is given the amount of money that we need. We tell them the actual, and which is based on assessment. And the province takes a hefty 5.25% administration fee for that service. So the administration fee isn't charged to where the municipalities pay. Luckily and fortunately, we don't get charged at the municipal level. We tell the municipal government how much we need. They tax it on our behalf. So the municipality isn't paying directly out of their budget. We are taxing the regional district clients that live within the municipality taxpayer. So going back to that 5.25%, I'm projecting that for 2023, it's going to be over $800,000 that the taxpayer will pay just for the privilege of having a tax notice. So as I stated, the regional district issues the tax notices to citizens of the people living within the municipalities and those that are living within the regional district areas. Continued on the taxation, as I stated, the regional districts do not tax the municipalities direct. They are citizens of the regional district. They pay for the services that they receive, and it's, in some cases, it's services that they think that they don't have, but they're there. It's like I used to get complaints that, hey, I don't get any benefits for the municipalities for why am I paying taxes? Well, in the municipality, you get benefit from the RCMP, you get security, you got the use for social services like buses. So we have the same thing where if you're within the area where the director originally signed up for the service, you have the ability to access the service, so you are taxed for the service. So just a roadmap of how and when the budget started. The actual budget starts for me in August. I issue a budget guideline. It's about a 20-page report that tells all of the managers in the organization what is required, what the regional district required, what the government requires from them and us, and it lists every single reserve that we have and how much there's there. So if a manager thinks that they've got money to fund something, they better look at that report and then see if it's fundable, if they have the funds. So the department then, after they receive the guidelines, starts to work on their budget. This is one of the issues I'll talk about later. This is one of the hardest years that I've seen for budgets, just because of CPI, and I will discuss that in a moment. On October 7th, the budget was due to staff, which is the finance department. Budget in November, going back, October 30th, the consolidated budget, there's a review that the managers see their budget. One of the things that I brought to the organization is we have an in-house program now, so that if the managers or the CEO want something specific, because it's in-house, we can produce it, change it at no cost other than staff time. The November budget committee then takes a look at it. That's officially it's tomorrow, unofficially it's today. So that's what we're doing today. The goal for us is to take it for a first reading to you, first meeting in January. That I see that happening. That I don't see that as a big issue. And as stated, the budget submission to the province has to be before March 31st. Sorry, I said May because the municipalities can have up until May 15th, before May 15th. So May 14th, it has to be passed at the council level. So budgeting in regional districts, we have this year 162 individual services, 6 more than last year, which means you have 162 pages for the operating budget, and that's just the operating budget. So only those who participate in the service pays for the service. Most services allocated are based on assessment, and one of the important things is they're not all assessment. A lot of them are parcel tax, and that's something that the bylaw, whenever the service was created, would establish if it's assessment or parcel tax. And in the budget, there's also user fees. So the combination of the three is how the 162 services are funded. The budgets will change. So I said that there's changes already, but there's assumptions in here. And one assumption is prior year surplus that has to be established. I assure you that I am an ultra conservative in that, and that if the surplus that I've got here is, I would say realistic and achievable. And if anything, it would be a worst case scenario. But one thing that the board authorized me to do, I believe the first year I was here, is the surplus a lot of times used to be used to adjust and reduce the tax requisition. That's not necessarily so anymore. What happens is the surplus then gets automatically, on the revenue side, it's there. On the expense side, it's transfers to operating reserve. So let's say I accidentally put an extra zero in front of the surplus and put in $10,000 and it should be $1,000. It's an in and out. All I have to do is change the 1,000 on the revenue side, the 1,000 on the expense side, and the taxation doesn't change. But I don't drop zeros like that. So that was just an example. So the budget will change. It may change because of the prior surplus. I still haven't received the SIR budget, so that what you see here is a best guess scenario. It will change unless I'm a mind reader. I don't expect it to be 100% perfect. And I just recently received the Oliver District Heritage Society budget, which came in late. It came in after the report was done, but you will see it. All of those will be entered in the budget before first reading, and you'll see the consequences. And again, as I stated, this is your budget as of now. So what will happen is you will have to approve those before they become official in the budget. So one other thing that I brought to the regional district that most of the municipal councilors and the mayors probably know about is non-market growth. Non-market growth is where you have a new construction this year that wasn't there last year. So a good example is you have a piece of property worth $100,000. We tax on that property based on the $100,000 assessment. Now there's a house on it the next year, and now it's worth $800,000. So now you're taxing on $800,000. The difference between the property and the house is now called non-market growth. And most municipalities, and this regional district started doing it last year, can be used to increase reserves, decrease taxes, or increase services. So that's an option, your wiggle room, I'll call it, for the tax increase. And I added that to the tax requisition. For those of you and directors that are mayors and councils, I don't have yours yet. This is a projection that I do based on the information that internal staff has given me. I don't have access to your areas, but I will by the third week of December. So by the time you see the first reading, I will have the non-market growth for your areas too. So for the second year in a row, the electoral area E Naramata is the fastest growing community in the regional district, and electoral area A is a second. And I heard the discussion earlier about the planning, and this is actually an indication of where the work is. So these are the new permits that are issued within the year. So one thing I thought you might find interesting is we as a regional district have 198 reserves, mostly because we have 162 services. Not all services have reserves, capital or operating. Of the 198, all of the capital reserves are statutory and have bylaws, which restricts the use of those reserves. But not all of the operating reserves have bylaws. Now, in a municipality, that would be a concern. But in a regional district, because you're restricted to this, all of the funds have to be staying within the reserve, the service, you're safe. However, one of the best practices is to have a bylaw, and your legislative service department is looking at changing that and looking at changing it so there's actually a bylaw. As at the 2021 audited statements, that's $39.1 million for those reserves. Sounds like a lot of money. Some reserves are as small as $5, I noticed. Some of them go as high as $5 million, and the other ones are just nominal. But is that enough? We're in the process, staff's in the process of looking at a 5-year capital project, and your budget actually has a 5-year. So we can actually determine how much we actually need over a 5-year term. And that's something that the staff will eventually come back with a more realistic, I think, approach of how we should tax for reserves. A lot of municipalities started actually having two notices on their taxes. One is a capital reserve tax and an operating tax. And that's something that it's not that easy for us because we don't control the tax notice. That's the surveyor taxes, as I stated. But that could be something that we could put on a note. We do send out notes with the surveyor taxes allows us to put a note in their taxes. So that's something that I would recommend that we may consider to do. Budget assumptions. So there's some assumptions that each manager has to start with. And because this is the second year that the operating and capital budgets are separated, we can actually have a status quo baseline budget. So you can compare. Up until we separated the budgets, it was hard to compare because the services, you put a $3 million capital project in a service that only has maybe a $50,000 budget, it looks like it went up sky high. Well, now that they're separated, there's a baseline budget, so they look at that. So when you look at the tax increase, it's now more realistic and it's easy to determine, well, what happened? Why is there an increase? Inflationary factor, and I have got a special slide that I created using Stats Canada to show the impact for the 2023 budget. Year-end surplus is something that it's projected, and that's normal. The surplus for regional districts, you do have to project if you're going to do a budget that is actually adopted by March 14th. No, March 31st. I'm thinking municipality. I still got the mentality somewhere in back there. Then it has to be a projected number. Taxes are based on this, what you see here, the distribution on assessment is based on the 2022 revised roll. That's just because BC assessment hasn't given us the 2023. It's not out yet, but it will be by the time it's passed for adoption. And where parcel tax and requisitions in place increases where the requisition says, what that actually means is if there's an increase, a material increase in the operating side, it either is financed for a parcel tax or a requisition. And one of the things that you'll see on the schedule where it's for operating, it's in yellow. It actually shows you the budget increase, not the tax increase, but the budget increase for that specific service. So that's something that I thought would be important, and that's why it's in yellow. As far as being transparent, there it is. Yellow is transparent. I can't see all colors, so I can see yellow. So I talked about the CPI, and I thought this slide might be relevant just to show you, in some cases, why your managers have an increased operating budget. And even in the capital side, also I've noticed when where a project was X amount of dollars, it's X amount plus whatever the increase was, and sometimes it's even higher than the CPI. So as you can see, what color is that? What color is that? Okay, so as you can see by the orange line, the material increase that from 2020 to 2022, the 2022 one is a projected CPI increase to the end of December based on some information that I obtained from some financial institutions. But the $10,000 going all the way to over $15,000 over the years, that is where it affects the taxpayer. It's not, and it affects the taxpayer not just by local government taxes. The person, the client, has to go to the store, the gas stations, etc. It affects them more than one way. So that is something that's affected the 2023 budget, mostly because of the huge anticipated increase. The anticipated increase is based on the financial institutions that I talked to, can be as high as 7.5%. So that's in 1 year. So on here, what I thought it'd be interesting, a $10,000 operating or capital expenditure as at September 22 will be $10,686. And using the projected to the end of the year, it's $10,721. So that's something that just I wanted you to be aware of. The managers are aware of that. They've seen it when they talk to different contractors and different people for purchasing of whatever material they need for capital projects. So I want to talk quickly about this package. Where you can look at, what you can find is, yes, it's 10,074 pages. And no, I didn't count them. It was all electronic. I can count them electronically. So the Schedule A is a draft of all your services by program. So that's a regional district budget where it's by program, not necessarily by function. So if you go by program, you see one area that may be rural services. Well, here's all the rural services. This is the net increase or decrease, but it summarizes it by service. The Schedule B talks about the material changes. So I went into the summary by program and look wherever I saw material changes. So if you go to page whatever 20, let's say, of the budget of the 162, and it's a rural project, under rural projects, it says, I say it's a material increase because, and I itemize it. If there's more than one reason, it's there. The reason is there. So that's B is where I think your area where if you're kind of concerns about a budget, that's where you need to go. Schedule C is the tax requisition as it stands today. It's a draft. It's not going to be the final, but it shows the tax requisition summary by participant, and then it follows the next few pages specifically for your area. So if you got an area that if you look at the actual summary and it says, wow, it's 5%, you go, well, why is it 5%? You go to your specific area and it shows every single service that you participate in, and it tells you where the increases are. And then again, if you're interested, you go back to the material budget variance and say, oh, that's why. Because just to see that there's a $20,000 difference in service for whatever reason doesn't tell you why. It tells you on the material variance side of the report. One other area that I added is the C1 is fairly new. That's the tax requisition comparison by capita. So right now with any regional district is if you look at the budget for the common services, the services that are regional, it's based on assessment. And the assessment is the bigger the population, the more property, the more assessment. So you're paying more. So because you're bigger, you're also having more taxpayers, clients that are benefiting from the service. So I do a cost per capita. And if you take a look at that, it shows, I hate to use any examples, but I'll use Penticton as example, seeing I used to work there. It goes from Penticton being the third highest paying participant to the third lowest for cost per capita. So that's just something that it's new information, and I think it's valuable information. The next one, which is C2, which is the tax requisition comparison by property values, that's something I've always done. So just to say there's a 3%, 5%, whatever tax increase doesn't really mean anything. What does it mean if your house is worth $500,000? What does it mean if your house is worth $600,000? So I've added the possible cost if the requisition does not change from $500,000 house to a $1 million house. Now, one director last year asked me to increase theirs to $2 million. And if you wish, if I haven't done it for yours, just approach me and I will do yours in increments of 100,000 so that you can extrapolate where the houses are. And that's in your, if you go to that specific schedule, you'll see what I mean by that. The next one, which is the biggest sheet, is Schedule D. That's your operational budget. It's 162 pages because there's 162 services. And that is, it's fairly detailed. It shows line by line of the operational expenses and how it's funded. So that's important. In some cases, there is some funding by user fees. There's some funding by parcel tax, and there could be some funding from grants, operational grants. But the rest is taxes, is the tax, and just above that number is the percentage increase from one year to another. So that's one of the areas where you probably want to look at the most. But if you go to your F schedule, you will see your budget, and then you can go back to it tells you the page number, but it also has a copy of that budget in that section, so you don't have to actually start rummaging through the 162 pages. D1 lists the operational carry forwards. So in any organization, commitments are made in 1 year that aren't completed until the following year. And that's normal. So in this case here, There's a number of commitments that were made this year that we know we're going to have to pay for or finish next year. So it's already been taxed. So what that means is the funds go into a temporary holding operating reserve, and then we draw from them the following year. So it's not that the taxpayer is paying twice for the same service. So that's common. And if you talk to your CFOs, some of them are probably doing it. It's just that I want to be more transparent, and I actually show it. Schedule E is your capital budgets. There's approximately 46 services that have capital budgets. Those 46 services not only show you what the capital budget are, if you flip the page over from the budget, is a detailed description of what the capital project are. So managers now fill out a request so that you can have all the information that they have to make a proper decision. Included in that report, that specific report, and it's a capital request form. It shows what the anticipated operational costs and consequences would be for that capital project, if there are any. For instance, last year, Area E had a new park that they bought. It's okay, there's a new debt servicing, so that's another $60,000 a year debt servicing. But there's also additional operational costs. So I fully expect the managers to show that. So I helped them out with the debt servicing. However, they are the ones that know what the extra operational costs would be, because there's a tax consequence to that. The E1 is a capital funding summary by program. So earlier I talked about that there's a summary on the operation side by program. Now this is a new report. It shows it by program, so that, again, it's a regional district side of the budget. You wouldn't see that on a municipal side. There's also a list of capital carry forwards. And again, not all projects that were committed to be done or started in 2022 have been completed. So we identify the projects so that we know that they are entered back into the budget. Because capital projects are not funded from taxes, any monies that are not expended the reserve stays constant, doesn't decrease. So it's just a transfer reserve. So it's not a tax issue with that. Area or Schedule F 1 to 16, that is each individual participant has everything that they need for their own package. Technically, I shouldn't be doing that because it's not, you should be looking at the regional, but the first year I got a lot of questions and I pretty well had to reproduce each one of those for every one of the directors that asked for it, and the majority did ask for it. So I just decided, okay, why ask for it? I'll just give it. And finally, in this schedule here is Schedule G, which is a list of the administration. You get a list of all the administration costs by service and the consequences of the policies that the board may or may not want to keep. And that's something that I did create a policy recommendation that the previous board accepted, and I followed that. The biggest single change in 23 from 22 is there's a 12% charge on capital for admin, where there was a 20%. That 8% was taken up by operating. So operational costs did go up fractionally, but you can see that in a moment. I can stop here. Is there any questions? Did I miss anything? Okay.
Director Roberts. Thank you to the chair. A quick question, Jim. How would I be able to find in all these, like, for instance, my reserves? Because I always know I can see it on your computer, but when I'm looking at where things go into a reserve, I'm able to kind of see where things are moving one way or the other. Is that somewhere in one of these documents?
So it all depends on what, if you want just your net reserves or how they are being used to fund it. If you want to know how they're used to be funded, your capital budget has that. So there's another thing that you're going to see tomorrow. You're going to see a slide of each of the capital projects, because you do have to authorize those. It's not automatic, and how they're funded. So you'll see the reserve that funds them, or if it's a borrowing or grants, etc. If you're talking about how much reserves you have, all I simply have to do is that budget guideline that I give the managers, I can just pass that on, that has that. But that just gives you what it was at the end of the audit year. And that's fine. I could actually email you that. If you're interested, that's perfectly good. That $32 million, that's what that would add up to. Is that what you need?
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, it's more in regards to, for instance, my rural projects, and because a lot of those is I'm kind of assessing what did I budget too much for in the past versus what's more reasonable. And again, coming out of the COVID time, there's going to be truer costs, a lot of things that we put on hold. And so I'm trying to calculate what I should be expecting, you know, kind of planning for the next 4 years.
So one of the things that I expect is that each one of the directors and all you have the right to come to me, and we go over the budget one-to-one, and that's where we would talk about that, and we could discuss what's affordable and what's not. Because there's other things is you can do a transfer from operating reserve to fund more your operating or capital, and that's something that's available to you in those meetings that we have, those one-on-one meetings, and I would prefer a 3-on-1 where it's me, the director, myself, and the manager that's responsible. And last year, in some cases, there was more than one manager, but it worked. As long as we have enough lead time where the manager can open up their time, that's available. Because that's how it should work. And municipalities do that, the regional districts do that, where it's not just the finance guy and the counselor or the director. It's the manager that actually has responsibility for the work. And in some areas for the granted aids and rural projects, then that's something you have more power over. But if there's something that they put in there, then they need to tell you what the goal is and what the purpose is. So, any other questions?
Director Knodel, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, when will we get a copy of this budget package?
The budget package has been released, but if you're talking about the budget program, I can send that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other hands, so go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I could send it after this meeting, so it'll be faster. The next slide, essentially, we talked about the taxation per capita. Here's a slide. This is a comparison over the 2 years. So you can see the municipalities aren't the top 5. There's the top 5 are electoral areas on a cost per capita. But this is just something that I think that we should be continuing to show. You'll also see the taxation dollars because some municipalities will be paying more, but there's more benefits to those clients out there. Overhead charge. That's been, I think I've done 2 reports on the overhead for the board since I've been here, and it's changed. And each time the board has accepted the changes. It's important that we're transparent. So I wanted to show the differences between the 22 and 23 expenses. And on the far right, you'll see a schedule there. It's percentage-wise, it's very small from one year to another. One of the biggest changes is because the overhead has been absorbed another 8% more based on the new policy. So one of the continuous increases that we see is the cost for information services, just because licensing costs increasing, computers costs are increasing. So that's had a huge increase last year. The increase has slowed down a bit, but there's still costs. And that's to keep the lights on. If we don't have those computers, we're not even having this meeting. It's just because we rely on them so much. So the policy's been adopted in 2022 by the previous board. Again, like I said earlier, 88% of the overhead costs are now operating and the remainder are capital. And when I say overhead costs, there's no wages involved in here. It's support costs. So for IT, for instance, the support costs are the licenses. They are the computers themselves that keep the lights on. For us in finances, we need to buy paper. I alone need the paper. But I only print one out. I want to make that sure. This is just the only one that I do. But there are support costs throughout those different services, and we try to recuperate those from the 162 services. Now, one of the things that's in the policy is administration charge is not charged to debt servicing or transfers to reserves. So that to try to keep it fair. So that I think that's something that the board's always agreed upon, and that was here long before I started. I didn't change that, and I would not make a recommendation on changing that. So one of the things that you're going to be discussing tomorrow is the regional grant and aids. You've got 8 applicants that are wanting to ask for funds. So I thought maybe instead of just telling you ahead of time what the policy is, that I just give you a brief discussion on it for those that aren't aware of it. So this one, by the way, they're allotted 10 minutes. And I was told Danny's able to actually show the participant how much time they have, just because last year there was one that was 20 plus minutes. So grant and aid. So grants aren't to be provided to subsidize activities that are generally responsible for senior levels of government. So for instance, if you're asked for a grant to host a Canada Day celebration, that's not a policy. Preference will be given to those events or initiatives that have not received assistance from other local funds, local funding governments. So the best way of knowing this is for those of you that are directors that are also mayor council, if you see someone that's come to you tomorrow and then they come to you at your meetings, I would question that. So that would make them non-eligible either for us or for you, unless you have a similar policy. I wouldn't recommend that someone try to get it from 2 different levels of government, and it has happened. No organization will receive more than 2 regional grants in 4 years, so that doesn't apply for this year. So we checked so that they all are eligible. Annual maximum grant allocation to any organization is $50,000. Last year, you as a board did allocate $50,000. It's still sitting. It looks like it'll probably be sitting in a reserve and a restricted reserve for some time until we're asked for it, because it has to meet certain obligations. So that's sitting there. So okay. Grant criteria: organization is locally based and their efforts are regional in nature. So that it's important that you don't get someone from Vancouver that wants money for something that has nothing to do for here. Benefits of events should benefit at least 3 electoral areas. That's something that is at your discretion. So if there's a festival in one area, you're going to be told, well, people from other areas come. So it's your discretion to see, yeah, they do, or no, they don't. So that's up to you. Okay, so events or initiative fills in a need in the community, and again, that's discretionary, up to you if it does. Support from the source. So the support is there support from the clients in the area? Is that something that has been successful in other areas that could be successful here? Okay, and alignment with at least one regional district strategic goal. And again, that's something that's fairly easy to look at, and you all know, most of you would know what that is. So continued, there's lots to this policy. Grant funding is not permitted to be used. So remuneration for wages and consulting fees, that's subsidizing something that we don't do. Capital improvements to rent or lease, operating or capital deficit, and tax payments. So that's to pay their taxes. That's not what we're here for. And I'll use this opportunity to thank the city of Penticton for allowing the regional district application for the permissive tax exemption to go through. So I want to thank you. The previous board allowed us as staff to apply for where we are on Main Street and the EOC building, and you as a council approved that. So thank you. Okay, capital request summary. In your budget, I did mention briefly about this, is the regional district budget as of 2022 was divided into operational capital, first year ever. So we're actually using what the municipal government model does, and it's a best practice. Okay, within this change, the 2023 operational budget is now baseline, as I stated, so which means it's comparable from one year to another. No capital project are funded directly from taxes. And by that, it means that when your managers ask you to authorize a capital project, there either has to be enough funds in the reserves to pay for it, or a grant or donation, as long as it's not funded directly from taxes. And I say directly because going back to the operational budget, you will see sometimes, and in some specific cases, I've noted it, that the operational budget has transfers to capital reserve. So that transfer is paid by the taxpayer, moved to reserves, and then drawn from the capital reserve to fund the capital project. And it's very, I think, transparent. This year you'll see it in the slides. When you're authorizing a project, you're also authorizing how it's funded. And one of the consequences that eventually you will see, and I don't believe there's very many in 2023, but there is in 24 and 25, that there's borrowing. And then that borrowing has a consequence in debt servicing for 10, 20, 30 years. Can't be higher than 30 years. So that's something that is transparent. You'll be able to see it and able to answer questions. The managers are going to be there when you talk about the capital. Thank you to the CAO. He suggested I had them in order of different by program, which that means different managers will be jumping up and down, answering the questions. So they are in groups now. So each capital project is grouped by manager. So when they come up, they can answer your questions, and then the next manager can come up. So that made it more efficient. So continuing on capital, 2023-27 capital budget lists projects individually and includes a funding request. So under the schedule, you see the hard copy, the whole budget, the description of the budget, how it's funded, and flip the page over, it's got the detail. It shows the reasoning of why you should support it or not. And in some cases, some of you have already approached me about that, and I said that you can set up meetings with the manager direct, not because it's not me that needs to sell it, it's the manager that's asking for it. So the budget lists also includes which projects are carried forward. It lists the capital projects summarized at the program level, which is new, and it follows the following schedule. E1 is where all the information is located. Supplemental requests. So that's supplemental request is where the service is being requested to increase the service level. And a good example is if you're in a park where the grass is cut twice a month, and all of a sudden you're requested that, hey, I'd like to cut it 3 times or 4 times. That's a supplemental increase in service, which means that's an increase in the budget. So there's a number of supplemental requests. There's a form there that you can read and see. It will be discussing it tomorrow. It is not in the budget. You need to know that. You will see the consequence of the budget increase based on the request. And so when you say yes or no, it shows what the consequences of saying no, the consequences of saying yes. The consequences of saying yes is you get better service, but there's also a cost to that. And that is actually that's in one of the appendixes, and the supplemental one is Appendix 2, and you will see that, and we be directed to that tomorrow. Appendix 1 is the FTE form request. So full-time equivalent, that's a staff member. It asks you for the ability to hire more staff. There's 9 of them that I believe 9.5 FTEs that are being requested overall. There it shows where those costs would be associated and the increase in the budget, not taxes. So when you see it's a 3% increase, that's a 3% increase in the operational budget, and again, that's not in the budget. And just one other thing is tomorrow you'll be discussing the grants, like I stated. None of those dollars that they're asking is in the budget. So all of these things is essentially you have to buy on behalf of the clients that eventually will flow through taxes. So that's something that you need to look at. So that's normal. It's not something that just I think the regional district should do. It's something that most municipalities also do. So also ongoing annual taxes are shown on the reports. Draft budget, it is a draft budget. Operational capital budget are separate. Included in the 23 budget is a summary by program. Capital projects are not directly funded from taxes, as I stated. Tomorrow and today, depending on how long you want to go, because fortunately or unfortunately, I can go on pretty well from a long time. So one of the things that, first of all, the positive thing is that whatever I talk about today, I don't talk about tomorrow. So the decisions that between today and tomorrow that you're going to look at is the regional grants. And as I stated, there's 8 of them. So we're looking at 80 minutes just in presentations alone, plus transition time. So you're probably talking an hour, 2 hours at least, if not more. Full-time equivalent requests. So those are the staff that I just talked about. None of these are, except for the capital projects, are in the budget. Supplemental requests, as I stated, and the capital projects. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't finish tomorrow. We do have a budget workshop too on December 2nd, and I see that happening. And between workshop 1 and 2, I see changes, which I will bring to the second meeting, and then again you can make more changes. Again, you can make changes right up to the day we adopt. So that's something that you need to know, that this is a preliminary budget, so that's something that you control. So before I go any further, we talked about making decisions. It is, all right, what time is it? Okay, it's almost 1. At this stage, I didn't know how far I was going to get into. I've got the ability to show you the FTE requests and the supplemental requests, and you could start making decisions today, and we can stop at any given time. There is 9 on here, and we can go another hour because we did start an hour earlier, and that would be a full 2 hours. But I'll leave it up to you. So whenever you as the chair decide to put a stop, you can just tell me and I'll continue. I will continue these slides starting tomorrow. They're all looking at you.
Yeah. Well, should we go for 1 more hour, or seeing shaking heads? And if need be, we can cut her down then. So, or shut it down at part ways or something, but we'll roughly go another hour.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, CAO. You have.
I always measure by just how many people I put to sleep, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, if we start to see heads nodding, maybe that's time to call it.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the decisions that you're making today aren't in stone, that you can actually change them at any time. So we're not, don't worry that we're going to start hiring people tomorrow if you say yes today. Before I even start though, at first reading, you're going to get a early budget approval request for a certain number of capital projects. That will be a separate report. What it would be doing is asking you permission to start capital projects before final reading. These projects are financed through capital, so they're not financed through taxes, so they don't affect the tax requisition. I started doing this a number of years ago because we would be in competition with bigger municipalities. And so you want to have that RFP, a tender, out earlier than other local governments. So that's just something that benefits local governments by doing early budget approval. But there is a guideline, there's a control, and that control is that it's not a taxable issue. So, sorry, it's not on the form, but I just wanted to let you be aware with that. So these budget requests, these FTE requests are by department, and I will ask the manager to come up and speak to them.
Go ahead, Director Monti.
Thank you to the chair. Do you break out which area is responsible for the budget of this? Because I didn't.
Yes. And that's each one has a consequence. And
thank you.
And it's also in your package. So it's small. Well, thank you, Danny. So the first one is administrator assistant. That's something that from community services, and I'll ask the manager there to speak to it. This is a summary, an executive summary of the form that you've got under the Appendix 1. So I'll just let Mark, would you like to come up here and speak?
Thanks, Jim. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this first request I've got here is for a full-time equivalent position for administrative assistant. So I look after the community services department, so parks, rec, transit, emergency management, cemeteries. We have one administrative assistant that works for us in our group, does a great job. We've recognized that there's a need for additional capacity there. I have my form that I've broken out, but I'll just sort of walk through it. A big component to this work, in one category at least, is grants. Our department applied for over the past 3 years, 49 grants, and received about 80% of those, which amounted to about $3 million in funding toward our programs. Those programs, we always target any grants we can go for that move our corporate objectives, our goals within the board's goals, but also our program goals. So we try to be very specific. So some of the areas that exists under is under our corporate planning, emergency preparedness, fire smart, energy and climate change is a big part of it. Those typically happen through our project staff, our managers, but with any grant, there's a tremendous amount of administrative support that goes with that now with just the various bureaucracy involved in it. So that's a big part of the job there with reporting and tracking of those. Cemetery administration is a big one for us. We operate the Naramata Cemetery. We saw a 66% increase in that service over the past 2 years, specifically within the reservations, internments, and then the scattering grounds process. So a big increase in workload there. That's everything from individuals coming into book spaces and the conversations that occur, as well as the work to actually do the internment. So our administrator plays a big role in that. We're also taking on the Okanagan Falls Improvement District service down the cemetery there. So just looking at the workload that's happened in the past, we estimate that at around 20% of a position, just basing that on what we know from Naramata and talking with staff in Okanagan Falls. Customer service inquiries have grown exponentially for us. Probably a big part of that is COVID. Lots of people, for us, we're public facilities, trails, parks, so lots of people out using those spaces. We have a lot of agreements and contracts with operational service. So we vet that all through back to this particular administrative position. So we sort of are looking at this front counter process. So we can be a little more strategic in our approach to getting back to people from a customer service perspective. So that workload has grown tremendously. You heard about advisory planning commissions this morning in detail. For our department, our role is with the 6 parks and recreation commissions. So currently, our admin assistant does all the background work for setting up agendas, taking in minutes from those folks, tracking the details, publishing the details, setting up all the meetings for those. So lots of background work administratively with those services as well. And then another big part of it, we have a tremendous amount of capital projects within our group, certainly with the commissions as well as what we do operationally. So for those projects, the procurement and contracts processes, again, another one of those increasingly challenging processes, even going through what we call BC bid to put those out is becoming overly bureaucratic. So lots of steps, a lot more formality to these things these days. So we've seen a tremendous need here for some additional resources. So we're requesting that we put a second position into community services as an administrative assistant.
Got some questions? Go ahead, Director McCordoff.
Thank you. We discussed cemeteries at Innisuyas the other day, and we have discovered that there are people around the province that are doing cemetery shopping and looking for the best money for their value for their money. And we're quite concerned about it in Innisuyas because there seem to be a lot of people from outside the area that are wanting to have cemetery space because it's cheaper than where they live. And I'm just wondering if that has been a concern with the regional district, because it certainly is with us.
I would only be able to say our department's been operating this for about 2 years, so it's new information for us. We've been talking to the other department that used to look after it. That's when we started looking at the metrics, that 66% I talked about. So not a lot of formal data over the last 2 years, but certainly that would probably be a good indicator from the type of conversations that we're having. We do get a lot of general inquiries.
Okay, Mr. Savino?
If I may, I've come across that before, and what we created is 2 rates. A internal rate where the taxpayers pay one rate, and then there's a out-of-town rate, and that stopped that issue. So, and if they do want to come in, that's extra money for the municipality.
Okay. Director Monteith.
To the chair, just for some clarity, looking at the slide under 2023, when we see amounts like $7,442 added and then right below it taken away, how does that work?
What we did is we have there's 2. Okanagan Falls Recreation Wages is what it's called, and Okanagan Falls Cemetery. That is an allotted amount of funds that are coming in from the Okanagan Falls Improvement District budget. So what we did is we broke out the specific amount that was coming in that was already being utilized through that service, and we just show it as an in and out to pay for that staff time that was in place before.
Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is just where is this slide? We don't have this slide in our presentation. Is that right?
No, well, at least I don't, but
I don't have. I'm just trying to, I just want to follow along. Sorry.
go ahead, Mr. Savino.
This you'll find under the Appendix 1. And so it's got the information, this information, and also the detail.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, maybe that's my question. When I look at a different form, you show total cost of that fee of 73,000, and yet you're only costing out 52,000 in this form. And then you show expected revenue of 2 grand. Is that the same 2 grand you just spoke to?
It's based on the in and the out of the improvement district. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So as we were just talking about that in and out portion for the OFID budget, that's why there's not a full amount. But I like to show the full amount of what it would be next year. So that's the FTE cost, but this amount would be just showing what's needed as a new item.
Go ahead.
So then,
Do we still need these? It's easier to hear for some.
yep. So then just to OFID, like how long is OFID gonna, I see that same practice carried through 5 years. Is OFID gonna be around for 5 years?
No.
Yeah.
No,
So how
it's
does
really
that
just,
work?
it shouldn't show for 5 years.
It's just a continuation because that money is still something that was there before. So it's not going to just disappear. It will be under our control. It's no longer OFID, but it's regional. It will go from OFID to regional district in 2024.
To that new service.
To the new service. So the new service will still benefit.
Okay. Director Monteith?
To the chair, is there another example of a service paying another service for a service?
Only in Okanagan Falls.
Go ahead, if you can answer that.
This is pretty new. I mean, this is we wouldn't typically see this. This is really under the circumstance of an improvement district coming in, and really the process which Ms. Bloomfield's sort of mapped out, because the majority of it is the water service coming over. But the two services in particular moving over into my department, and this is how we're showing it. So pretty unique. We wouldn't typically see that.
I think it's important to note that OFID is not just irrigation. They do cemetery and something
Correct.
else. That's where that becomes a bit confusing, but go ahead.
I also like to answer, if one service is supporting or have expenses that directly affect another, they can charge each other. So that's something that would be common for a regional district.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just to be mindful, I don't know if all of Okanagan Falls, and Matt, you may know this, I don't know if all of Okanagan Falls is on the same service area as the Parks and Recreation. So like sections on the other side of the channel, I don't believe are connected to the water. So I just want to make sure that we're taxing for the right parameter of those that are in the service.
Go ahead.
Just if I can answer that one too, under the water side, it'd be user fees. So only those that are using the water would be built. So no taxation on the water side.
Okay. Seeing no more hands on this, is there a direction on this? There's a few areas that are more affected than others, so. CAO?
So what we like to do, Mr. Chair, is just get a preliminary indication as to whether committee is interested in keeping this on. You will have several other opportunities to take stuff off.
Or add.
Yeah, it's unlikely we'll add as we refine, but there will be opportunities to cull through these again. Once you get a better idea of what your final budget is going to be looking like, there may be some need to, again, be more prudent. But at this point, again, as Mr. Safino mentioned, you have to buy these. So if you want to keep them on the list for future consideration, then sure, just tell us that. If there are some that you clearly right now know that you are not going to approve, that's what we need to know. We can start taking them off, and then we don't have to talk about them again.
Okay. So unless someone wants this removed immediately, we will move on to the next one. So it's on temporarily or potentially temporarily. Go ahead.
To the chair, thanks. Just a question, especially when we're making these kind of decisions and we're dealing with like the one in regards to particular staff needs. Again, I think it might be handy, especially with the new board members, and I wouldn't mind a refreshing in regards to the structure, leadership structure, because again, corporate services is such a large services, and again, you've got people that work across different areas and in different services, but under an umbrella of corporate community services and or recreation. So it would be nice to kind of review that management structure. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Safino?
Okay. I could bring that in for tomorrow's meeting. Just what you wanted, it's just a listing by department and what they do.
Is that what you were after?
Yeah, well, it's also kind of like the hierarchy. Sometimes I think as we've gone through the last 4 years, sometimes I've become unclear of what department's looking after what in regards to recreation, trails, now cemeteries, et cetera. And I know that there's crossovers in regards to administrative staff. You've got FTEs, whether or not somebody's a laborer on the trails, then you got to do it at the rec center, or now they could be at a cemetery. So it's kind of having a clearer picture.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's a little more than I thought. So can I bring that into the second budget workshop?
Sure.
Thank you.
Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So I hear what you say that we'd have to buy these. So when you're thinking of a status quo, that wouldn't include these additional staff positions, or so is this
These are not in the budget.
Right. So do you think this is an enhancement of services? Then it's not a, if you don't have these positions, you're not. How does that affect the current service levels?
As you go through the list, you'll see some are enhancements, others are what we would consider necessary to continue existing levels of service. It'll be a mix, but generally there is some benefit, or we wouldn't be recommending them.
Okay. Seeing no other hands. go on to the next. Well, you have a tentative hand there from Mr. Weeb. Go ahead,
Well,
Director.
just maybe through the chair. Is there a way to clarify, right, we have 9, right? Right, or potentially 9 that are being requested, FTEs? Is there a way to either color code them something that says, you know, essentially, because I mean, I think we all get that there's essential levels of care that people need to have from this office. And then there's the, for lack of a better word, the wish list. I mean, every budget has all things being equal and money growing on trees, we'd like this and this and this. But I think we all would agree that supporting meeting the basic levels of service that the customer, the client, would expect is critically important versus maybe some of those other ones. And if we could identify those, I mean, maybe it's unfair to ask staff is like, hey, okay, we know these are your wish lists, but it might help clarify for us approving those because these are additional asks, right? But for me, it'd make a difference as to whether this is a taking care of the client, the taxpayer, versus things that we'd like to add on their behalf. Is that the right way to phrase it? Question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason we call them program changes is really what we want the board to focus on is your discretionary costs. If there's something that's absolutely essential, you have no discretion on it, like a utility bill to keep a facility open or those types of fixed costs, then they aren't on here as a program change. This is a program change is where we're adding to reducing or significantly changing a program, and that you have discretion. If you don't want to do it, we can tell you the impact of that, but we would still be able to operate a program. Do we still include that in the worksheet? Do we say, here's the impact of not approving? Yeah, so on your worksheet, there will be a section that says, here's the impact of not approving this.
Thank you, especially for those
Okay.
of us that are new.
Yeah, it's good to know. Okay, seeing no other hands, we will tentatively accept this at this time. Go ahead.
Okay, so before I let Mark talk about number 3, as you'll see that there's no number 2, it's not a math error, it's just intentional. It's an in-house program, and as the managers fill out the forms, it's electronic and it's pre-numbered, and some of them just don't make it all the way through. So while 1 did, 2 didn't, 3 did, and there's 2 others like that. So if you see that it's out of sequence, it's intentional. And with that, this is the facilities attendant, and again, I'll let Mark speak to this.
Yeah, this is a request coming from the Similkameen Rec Service. So this is where there's an additional hours for needed service levels. Green screen.
What does that mean?
Not my fault. I didn't do it.
No. Sometimes green means go.
While we're waiting for the electronics to get back up. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. In the last slide where it said all, I'm assuming that's every municipality and electoral area contributes. And if that's the case, is it contributing based on, like Penticton has 5 directors at the table, or is it based on their weight at the table? You know, as far as how the budget gets distributed amongst all? Is it 1/20th every member, or does it carry more weight, and Penticton carries more of the budget than like Oliver would?
So if I'm understanding correctly, if it's about the cost of the additional resource,
Yes.
so it's directly related to that specific geographic area. So for the Similkameen Recreation Center, that would be electoral area B, Village of Karamias, and electoral area G.
Just to follow up on that, just going back to the first position, it had area D, and then it had all, and then it had electoral area. So I'm assuming all included the entire regional district, and everybody's funding a portion of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it says all, it's part of we go to the administration fee, and that's why I say all, so it's redistributed based on the administration formula. So, sorry, the surplus or extra costs would be administration, all would mean it would be a regional service. So yes, so it would be based on assessment.
Okay, based on assessment in
Yeah.
municipalities, in electoral areas, and that
Yeah.
would determine the cost. It's not sort of a 1/20th
That's
slice.
it would be based on assessment.
Okay. I think that answers my question.
All right, Director Holmes?
But just following up on that, so what if, so it's all broken out into different services, that one position. And what if you support an increase in some of them and you don't in another? And, but is it a take it or leave it? It's all or nothing?
Oh, gosh. Can you answer that?
What I try to do with community services, because it's very broad, it would have something like emergency management or 911 that are full regional. So they're funded fully throughout the region. What we do is we time track, we all time track, and we get a good estimate of where staff spends their time from year to year. So like I say, 66% increase in cemetery. We looked at what Okanagan Falls is coming in. It's probably about 20% of a position. That's based on an hour allotment. And over the years, we start to build up a better sense of where employees work in order to carry out the service that's in place. So with this particular one, I looked at it and I said, okay, if this individual is here to provide this service, they're going to spend half a day in a week on that particular program. So we put the allotment percentage in as an estimate. And then next year, as we proceed, we time track. And then that way we can make adjustments to each individual budget. As projects come in year by year, we do our best to estimate which capital projects will be in place next year. So where do we need project staff, and we prepare and get ready for that. In the admin assistant role, it's very much everywhere. And that's why I try to lay out that it's there with procurement to grants so it's all over the place. But though all positions will track their day and go into Time Tracker and say, here's where I spent my time. It gives us a good estimate.
I think he understood that. I got that he was after if you wanted to take one specific area out, and maybe it then would be a 0.8 full-time rather than a full-time or something along those lines. Is that, I guess that's an option, but it would be hard to do.
Yeah.
But I'll start with Director Monteith and then Director Federico.
Just to follow up to that discussion, so there are services that my area may not want to participate in. So how do I remove myself from the program change?
Not sure on that. Go ahead.
I mean, we really want to make sure we're looking at every service we're delivering and then ensuring that we've got adequate capability of delivering that service everywhere. So we look to yourselves, we look to the public surveys, and we look to the commissions to give us a sense if the service levels are being met. In this case, the administrative support, I'm saying we're needing extra support. So it's difficult to pull away from a service level if we're already committed to certain aspects of it. Delivering a rec program or delivering on a project, those are a little more discretionary. How much time we spend in the park, like the next one I have, or one of the one I have coming up here, is about park staff time and facility staff time. Much of that comes from last year's capital projects, and as they start to get built, we need to look after. We build a bathroom, we build some paths, we build estimates as to what it'll cost to run those, and we build them into the capital plan from the year before and show it as ongoing operating costs, and then now we bring it forward as a FTE request. So there's some mapping of that. So decisions get made in advance where if we're going to deliver on, we're going to build a new item or amenity, we need to look after it. We have discretion where we can back off on programs, for example. And even in this case, we might say, well, we could use some administrative support staff time. We would just, again, allocate it to wherever they spend their time. But if the amount is too much, we could back that off as well.
Okay. Director Federico?
Trying to think of how to phrase it, but so our rec coordinator is looking for additional time, and scrolling through, you'll see that that's one of the requests. So in this case, and again, I come from a rec coordinator background, so I appreciate, different skill sets in there, but then could you roll in if we didn't have, like if we don't feel that there's enough time increase needed for rec coordinating, but there's time allocated for cemetery, they could take that on as a use. Is that something that can then be looked at in terms of maybe that flow in time that your staff is needed and what their responsibilities are?
Well, we do it or don't do it. If we're going to do it, we do it as the best that we can, and we put the right subject matter experts at it. So it'd be difficult to see, if that's what you're suggesting, something with its administrative as well as rec coordination, very different positions. What we try to do is say, based on what the public is asking for, or a commission, we want to bump up service levels based on that. This happens to be where I'm looking for a second administrative position. That's never happened, so this is a new one for us. It's traditionally someone on the front end of operations or rec programs where we're talking, or projects. It's a difficult one to do or not do.
We're back up and operating here, but go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, just a question here. When I look online, package, it goes from 1 to 4.
So 3 is missing, is what you're saying?
Just in the.
No.
So this,
It's in the summary sheet, but then.
we'll take a look to see why it didn't get scanned, but, so this is 3. 3 is looking for the facility attendant, and Mark can still speak to it, but I will send that one out and understand why it didn't get scanned.
Good.
Okay, there's a consequence.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, okay, so as I was saying earlier, this one is very specific to the Similkameen Recreation Service, so areas BG and Karamias. So in addition of staff time, $20,000, there's already a budget in place. This is supplementing an existing position to add additional hours to meet those service levels.
Well, Area G stepped out, but go ahead, Director Wiebe.
So just so I'm clear, we're looking at bringing the staff member that's on currently and getting them more hours, because I think they're at 28 hours currently. So, okay,
believe
so
that's
it's,
the
so it's
option,
looking to make this to, that's why it's what, 0.8 or whatever is to, okay.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
And just on that note, if I can add, I mean, traditionally, we would be having these conversations with commission members out in the community, so they're aware, and often those directors are involved. So some of you might be involved in some of these conversations, but
yeah,
in this case,
newly elected ones probably haven't had that opportunity. So, yeah. I can't see Director Bush any longer, so I don't know whether his hand is up, but did we lose the folks that were
here? But I don't have a hand up.
Okay. I just can't see you on the screen any longer, so you'll probably be coming up shortly, maybe.
Yep.
So I guess move on. Nobody seems to be hollering about that one. Parks.
Okay, so this is one, and I hope you have the sheet in front of you that outlines all the various service areas that contribute to this. So as I said earlier, our parks functions are region-wide. We go to all the service areas that are required. Quite a varied amount of services there. We provide assistance for, even something like the wetlands down in Okanagan Falls. So staff will spend some time there. And we charge to different departments where we have allotted hours. So generally speaking, these are all service increases. So where we're starting to do more work. I mentioned the wetland project, which was a new one for us. There are a number of capital projects that I said earlier went through last year, and now we're operating those. They are in this as a in and out because the amount that was shown last year is now being shown as an operational amount. So the portion we're looking for here is $32,000 because of that amount that was already allocated from last year. But the equivalent here would be for a full-time employee within the Parks Department to deliver our current services to those various locations. I'm just going to point out we're going to look at the supplementary increases shortly. And as Jim said earlier, Those are where we have operational bumps in the service. So if there's a significant amount that comes up, and that would be where if we build something and we're going to now operate it, it shows as a supplementary increase. There's amounts in here that is the FTE portion of that. So if you build an asset, we need to look after that asset. There may be operational costs associated with it, fuel to garbage removal to anything. This is the staff component related to it. So just to see the correlation here with what's coming on the supplemental increases.
Okay. Not seeing any hands on this one.
Director Canodal.
I can't see Director Canodal either.
Okay,
He's gone on our.
Got
Go
a
ahead.
question for Mark on this one. Loose Bay Campground, 1,539. Is that for the existing attendant, or are we adding some help for him here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is additional help for our park manager at the site. So we did, again, tracked our time last year. So we're putting an estimate in so we can budget for it this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Not seeing anything else. The next one.
We have here. This is a request for an addition of a 0.4 FTE. So that's for 2 days. That's for recreation coordinator wages within electoral area E. So just what we do with Parks and Rec is we do really citizen surveys each year. We go out and ask how we're doing on all the different services, if there's an interest in increasing service levels. And then we will have conversations with our commissions about this. So with respect to Naramata Commission, they talked about this and there was a request from the commission to add hours, and we saw that was a value from a staff perspective as well. So we're putting this request into the board for 2 additional days for recreation coordination.
Not seeing any hands from the area director, so it's solely affecting E. Is that it for?
Danny's up.
Okay, you go ahead.
Going back.
You may have a question here, Mark, but we'll see. She's got something to say. So. Go ahead.
Yeah, with that one, we're just waiting to see how budgets kind of balance out across the board. So that one I know comes up yearly, so we'll take that one in stride with some of the other budget requests.
We'll hold our breath on that.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Danny. Go ahead.
Can I just skip Danny's and
Sure. We can go on to the next one.
The next 2 are Danny's, so we'll go to the number 9. So engineering technologist. Yes. Sure. Do you want to read that, or do you got notes?
I've got notes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
It's all yours.
So over the next 3 years, we have some major capital projects that we're going to have to be looking at. So we're looking at between $25 to $30 million worth of projects that we need to accomplish. And those things range from items that are regulatory, so things like we need a new cell liners for the Camel Mountain landfill. We have to do drainage improvements at the Okanagan Falls landfill. We have a biosolids cover that we need to install. We have leachate management systems that we have to put in place. Solid waste management plan needs to occur, and Karameus closure. And then those things are sort of the regulatory requirements. And then there's the practical requirements that we need in the next while, which are things like the new composting facility that we're looking at up at Campbell. We're just finishing off a composting facility in Oliver. And then there's the curbside systems that go with that. So, and then lastly, there's the operational pieces that we're looking at. So we're looking at taking over the operation in Oliver in terms of the machinery operations, as well as putting in composting in place. So those are all sort of major changes to our programs. And so with that, in order to keep the lights on, we're asking if we can get some help in terms of a technologist.
Okay. Looking around the room here. Go ahead, Director Monteith, and then Director Roberts.
Through the chair, reviewing this, is this position not, will we need another, will this position be replicated when we get to the composting facility? Or would this be assistant to get to the composting facility and we wouldn't need another staff member? Like, are we going to need 1, 2, 3? Like, what's the capacity and what do you have now?
Right now, we have one technologist to do all the projects for the solid waste management. That's it. This is really to deal with the capital pieces and to get the operational contracts going. Whether or not we would need another operator, I don't think we would need any more technologists once the composting system is running. If we do need some assistance, it would be on the operations side. So we may, if we increase the complement of staff at that point, we may need some help. Our intent would be to cover all those costs if that was the case through our fees.
Okay. Director Roberts, then Director Bloomfield, and Director Conans.
Thank you to the chair. I think the last question kind of answered a little bit for me, because again, when we look at something like the closure, the Caramius, that's kind of a finite thing. And we've also talked in regards to the possibility of utilizing certain gas tax funds that have already been put aside for that project. So this person in and of itself will be dealing with these types of things, but projects will be coming and going. This person will be an ongoing, and as the other levels of expectations and operations and capital grows, that person will be moving from some of these into that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we're expecting, you know, as we evolve and our systems are growing, make no doubt about it. This is the intent, is to deal with those technical capital projects and operational things that we need in terms of contracts as we move forward.
Okay. Director Bloomfield?
Thank you. And I think, yeah, Director Roberts' question was much what I was going to ask. I was going to ask if it's a capital, if it's to help with capital projects, is it a temporary position? But if it sounds like it isn't.
No, I think we would be expecting that, especially as our service levels change, which is going to be the case, the need is going to increase as well.
Okay, Director Conans?
Yeah, through the chair. Sorry, I'm sorry if you've already answered this question, but I was wondering, Mr. Zaffino, if you could tell us again, what happens when you can't fill a position, what happens to that money that's been budgeted towards that position that year? And I'm sure we have quite a bit that's been saved in the last few years from not filling positions.
Sure, go ahead, Jim.
When a position isn't filled and budgeted and taxed for, it would go into the surplus, and then the surplus would go into operating reserves. That's something that the previous board has authorized staff to do. And then that could be used for operating our capital.
Just a follow-up question. Sure. So in this instance, for example, if for some reason we weren't able to find, through the chair, we weren't able to find this position for a little while, a year or something, and Penticton has been, for example, the taxpayers have paid quite a bit of the amount here, 41,000, whatever it is. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm looking at your slide. So that goes into surplus and general surplus, you said, and then that's used throughout the organization and not for this particular item that's been budgeted out specifically for Penticton's use.
Go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
So this would be a user fee to start off with. If we increase the user fee based on that we're going to hire an employee and we don't hire them, it would go into the operating reserve, but it stays in the service that it was intended for. It cannot be changed from one service to another. So it stays with the Campbell Mountain landfill in that case. And that has a number, that when I talked about that $39 million, a lot of that reserve is the Campbell Mountain. There's certain requirements that the contract that we have between Penticton and the regional district that require that you have a certain amount of reserves and we have it. And so that's what we're trying to meet, that part of the contract.
Okay, no problem. Not seeing any other hands. If the
Director,
three gentlemen
I have a question.
online have something, go ahead, please. I can't see you still, so you got to speak up, but go ahead.
Director Knodel here. I want to clarify something I heard, and possibly I heard it wrong. Are we looking at taking over the management of the Oliver dump site? And if so, that means we're getting rid of the contractor and doing it ourselves. Is that correct?
That's correct. And actually, I think you may recall, we did a shadow bid, and there is about $150,000 per annum that we'd be looking at savings by doing that contract ourselves. So we looked at the possibility of doing the contracting for Campbell Mountain, and we also looked at the possibility of doing the heavy operations in Oliver. As it turned out, the contract in Campbell Mountain, we didn't see a saving, so we're not proposing a change, and that was not what was awarded by the board. What we are looking at for Oliver is a change where we will be taking over the operation in June of next year, and the estimate is about $150,000 per annum that we'd save the taxpayer.
Okay, just then back up a bit. We've got a wages increase of 20,585. That's not a savings. That's a deficit. Then, where do we see the savings? Is what I'm getting at.
Do you want me to go? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is really not so much to deal with that operations contract. This is to deal with the capital projects that we have obligations for. There is a benefit where this position can help with that contract and some of the purchase of the equipment and some of the organization that needs to occur afterwards. But that's not the purpose of this.
I'm a little confused here, but we'll carry on. And sure, I'll catch up. I'll chat with you later. Thank you.
All right. Seeing any other hands? Okay. Is that the only one for Andrew?
Yes.
Maybe. Go ahead.
The next request is for 3 summer students, and Lisa's here to answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Chair. For those that don't know me, I'm Lisa Bloomfield, the manager of utilities. All right, so I'm looking for 3 summer students starting this year, and then ongoing 2 summer students moving forward. For this year, I'm looking for a student for the Wild Safe BC program. We find that it's very, very busy in the high season of the summer, and we need somebody else to be able to attend the public markets, do night meetings, go to schools, do education, and we're just not being able to get out as much as we want. So that's what we're looking for that student to work over that summer months. The other 2 students will be more on the operational side of things. One of them will go out into the field with the operators, help with testing, help with general labor costs or general labor bits when they're working on various maintenance things. They frequently go and clean reservoirs or do some pipe maintenance, replace some service connections, and this student can help them do that. we're looking at hiring co-op students that have some background in the water or sewer. So it'll give them great experience as well. And the other student is going to be more of an inside one. With the coming of our asset management software, we have a lot of data to enter. And we'll be looking at getting the student to help us start putting it all in. It's going to probably take us several years to do it, but they would be a great start to do that. And we'll also be looking for probably a co-op student from a technology course where they understand what they're looking at. And they would be able to add the information into the asset management program so that it'll be of benefit for us moving forward. So the operational one outside, working with the operators, and the one in the office are ones that we would like to continue having in our budget going forward every year. So I don't have to ask for new students every year. But yeah, so that's what I'm looking for. And each student is about, we estimated about $15,000 per year.
Okay, go ahead, Director Taylor.
Canada Summer Jobs grants, is this over and above that, or are you ineligible for grants?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We do apply for them, but we don't always get them. So if we do get this Canada Summer grants, the amounts will go down because the grant will be able to cover it. But just in case we don't, we want to make sure that we have the funds available.
Okay. Director Gettins?
Thanks, Chair. Lisa, with the Wild Safe BC, why just the 1 year for that one rather than kind of continuing that one?
Go ahead.
Thank you. We're looking at possibly revamping how we run the program, and we want to see if this year, if it works with a student this way. And if it does, then it might be something that we carry forward more.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Chair. So through the Chair, I'm always a big supporter of hiring students for sure. And I'd like to keep this one in the budget for now, especially with Wild Safe BC. I know all of our areas, it was ridiculous the amount of bear activity we've had up in West Bench, and citizens need some help. And we need to find a way to help the citizens be heard, because a lot of them are not feeling very heard. So I'm comfortable keeping this one in. I know Area F has a little bit of a proportion in this one as well. So I'm happy to keep this one in for the time being and keep talking about it.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Oh, go ahead, Director Graham.
Yes, through the chair. Is this like a season, like summer students, or is this like throughout the year?
No, it'd be summer students.
All right. Not seeing any others. Looks like it's on for the time being. Where does that bring us to here?
Oh, it brings it to me.
Ah.
Okay, so Danny's ready, so it brings us to Danny.
Okay, we'll.
I handed the reins over, so if we get another crash, perfect timing, yes. I can actually take both of these at the same time. Many of them are both positions, one's under the GIS, the other one's on the IT side of things. Both fall under IS. Both come into many of the same things about looking at our objectives and also capacity issues. Since I've gotten here, this role covers both GIS and IS IT services. My predecessor was much stronger on the GIS side than I am. Hence, he was able to do some of the extra workload that would on the GIS side. So we've asked for another GIS position to help fill on the resources, and the addition of the asset management system also, which is based on our GIS database, is also another huge amount of resources that we just don't have the capacity for. So without these positions, our ability to do any more is just not going to be there. These are to barely maintain us going forward, in my opinion, to just keep us above water right now with all the resources that we're going through. In the last 2 years, you're aware of all the things we've had to deal with in a technological sense, and really with no increases in the people to do this. During my tenure here, there was an IT assessment done. That assessment showed already that there was a lack of human resources in the sense of IT and IS services. We're still playing catch up from that and from the assessment as well. So the two requests for GIS and an IS IT person are really around the resources and the new projects coming on board that we want to be able to maintain the RDOS at a level of an organization that's in tune with the technological world we live in.
Okay, Director Coyne.
So if we get a new GIS person, does that mean things will get updated and we won't be calling you guys all the time saying what's going on?
I hope so, yes. Part of it, GIS, it is an IS service. It's not really as separate as people think. The entire GIS system is in need of a rebuild ever since the ransomware attack. With the amount of workload that we've had, the ability to redo that GIS system has not happened yet. So it's still on the books. We're still going to get there, but we're asking for more people to get there faster.
So if we had that person, would that get done?
Yes, it's on the list, but remember, we are adding an asset management system too, which is going to take a good chunk of that person.
It'll speed it up. But not,
we'll try.
100%. I got Director Taylor and then Director Weave.
You want the position?
I'm just looking at the proposed splits on both these positions. One is 90-10 and the other is 80-20. And it's not the 20 that gets me or the 10, it's the 80 or the 90 going to electoral areas. And I'm just wondering how does that get split only amongst electoral areas? And how do we wind up with that conclusion?
Because this is new positions and the first year of it, once we go through a year, we'll be able to isolate that. For me to predict what breaks or what needs access or what the priorities change is my best guess. So this is our best guess, working with my team to where we will start the charges, where they'll be funded from. As things change, we revise this every year in the sense of what gets charged to what area, to the actual charges. Yeah. But because we haven't, this position is going to be doing more or different work than the existing positions. It's like a new position for us.
So
Director Weed first.
Yeah. Not really, because it's.
I'm going to jump in, Danny. Yeah, so the majority of this type of work that we do is for the 9 electoral areas. The member municipalities, they all have their own staff. And if we do IT work or GIS work for a member municipality, like we do for some of them, we charge them.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Director Weeb?
I hope, through the chair, I hope I'm not the only one. Given that some of us don't have access to eScribe, IS and GIS don't mean anything to me. And I hope I'm not the only one at the table that doesn't, but it's helpful for me if we can clarify. Under IT, I get. The other two, I'm not so sure.
So IS is information services, and that covers a lot of technical type of areas, where GIS, geospatial information system, covers all sorts of 3D modeling, analysis, and mapping. Lots of work in that, all of our cemetery work that we do that's online, things like that. IT, of course, is under IS as an information service, which deals much more of the information technology pieces. We're talking about the computers, the hardware, the software pieces, the licensing, email, those kind of things. Those will all fall under the IT side of things.
Okay. Did you want to ask a question?
No,
he answered. Fair enough. Director Gettens, I see a hand.
Thanks. I just want to recognize this. It's always hard doing these requests first because we haven't really had a chance as a board to agree on what our strategies are and where we want to go. And I know everybody's facing inflation and we know coming after COVID, there's a lot going on. I just do want to say that our IT, so when we had that ransomware attack and how much it just slowed everything down and how difficult that was to recover from. Plus, and I were talking about doing even more meetings that we were doing, we thought, just during COVID, but we're going to try and continue some of the technology. So this one, again, I'm happy to keep on and keep talking about it. It's because I think it's just, it's like a foundational piece that we just need to catch up with. And we've been proven that we are quite behind on the technological investment in the RDOS. So would like to keep talking about this one as well.
Seeing no other hands at the moment. Looks promising for the time being. Thank you.
And the last,
Go ahead.
and the last FTE is mine. So I'm asking for a 0.5.
Continue.
Just throw something at him, Jim.
Well, I had a good spiel going. Anyway.
Continue.
So as the forum discusses, we had over 1,000 hours of overtime in our department. I'm a strong believer in succession planning. And right now, because just the core work alone keeps my staff going pretty well the whole day. And the questions, we want to answer questions on a timely basis, and sometimes we can't. I'm sure that some of you have emailed me today, and you're not going to get an answer until Monday now, just because, except for what I promised for that booklet. One of the things with succession planning, if I could get a 0.5, it allows me to bring the staff in as needed basis, so that if once we train them to do basic work, I can then take staff and they can relearn some on one of the other jobs. Since I've been here alone, I've lost 2 accounts payable staff, a asset management, and a senior accountant. Each time I've had to go out and get a new position, and that takes time for training. I have awesome staff right now. I've got a CPA student we hired that's in the process of getting their designation. The staff that I have is knowledgeable now, and I want to keep them. And this would allow me to keep them if they know that there's a possibility of going up in the organization. That's something I've always believed in, but I can't do it right now when I take into account the core work that they have to do and then the holidays that they get. It's not feasible or probable right now for me. So that's why I'm asking for that.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on this one? For those online, I still can't see your pictures, so you'll have to just speak up if you have anything to say. So. That looks quiet on that one. Other than that one little outburst where. Go ahead, Jim.
So being up here doesn't mean anything, so. With that, you see me, I am talking about the programs and the budget, et cetera. You see the 1,075 pages now. I want to thank the managers and the CAO. They're an integral part of this. It's an organization budget. It's your budget, but it's produced by the staff, not just me. And I think I work with a great staff. It's a great culture. And they're accepting these changes that I'm throwing in there with a happy way of doing it. They can give me attitude and they don't. So I think that I work for a great organization and I'm glad to be here. With that, the next section is the supplemental. And we can start on that or start on that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we better probably call it a day here. We got through that, so that will reduce a little bit for tomorrow, but I think we're at that stage where I'm starting to see a bit of dozing, but go ahead, Director Taylor.
For the record, just to close off this last section, what did we agree? Were there any that we were sort of
I don't know that we kicked
amber
any.
lighting?
I don't know that we kicked any out specifically.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, CAO.
So just on process, we'll bring these back at the next meeting. We'll say, here were the, what is it, 8? 9. Here are the 9 positions that you considered on the 17th, and we'll give you another shot at them. because you did a very poor job about culling.
Well, sometimes when you hear it for the first time,
Yeah.
Particularly newly elected, you want to think about it a bit. So that's what we get the opportunity to do.
Yeah, this will be the introduction to them. And then as you get more and more information as we go through, we'll keep going back through them. Just make sure you don't want to take anything off.
So there's always that opportunity to remove it at a point in the future. And sometimes just the discussion about it brings up a new point or a new issue that you think, maybe we do need to keep it or not. So. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Zaffino, and the rest of you for coming in and presenting. I believe we're back at it tomorrow at same time, same place. 9 o'clock. Well, 8:30, there's coffee and stuff inside, but 9 o'clock is meeting start. So we will adjourn by consensus.